Welcome, my friends. Welcome, everybody. Oh, it's good to see everybody in chat today. We have our new hot location to be able to play around with, Warrior Falls. After each turn, cards here fight, destroy the weakest ones. Playing around with this one is going to be very interesting. I feel like our intro is going to be playing with the destruction archetype, especially Deadpool. The fun thing about Deadpool, and I've had this happen a couple times in my testing, is I can lay down Sabretooth, and then I can lay down the Deadpool. Deadpool will die fighting the Sabretooth, even if the opponent doesn't interact with the location. And then I play the Deadpool again. Then it becomes up to parity with the Sabretooth. If we kill the Sabretooth, I don't care, because Sabretooth then just becomes free. And so you can just immediately scale up the Deadpool is our goal. Let's dive in and see how things go. Who do we have up in chat? Urko, good to see you, man. Gato, good to see you as well. Tinu, J-Deuce, Salsa Pandas, great to see everybody here. What does the Surfer do? Do we know yet? So we are not sure, because it is subject to change. But we already have data mined splash art for the season pass, and he is going to be a 3-0. He's rumored to be a 3-0 that buffs your other 3-cost cards on reveal by 3 points. Which sounds crazy. Gamers Jim, good to see you as well, man. So yeah, Silver Surfer just seems like a budget spectrum, and like they're going to be impossible to control. Let's go, gosh, I don't know. It could be Forge to Camartage, hoping to top deck something fun. It could also just be stacking more Buckies, and then playing, I guess, a Demon to Stark Tower. Lazrodin, 95, how's it going? I'm doing great. Afternoon, Jono. Starting to get into pool 3. Any decent deck options with both Thors, Iker? Actually, yes, I would say that playing both Thors together makes a very fun deck. Let's go with the Forge now. Into a buff Deadpool. We have to get something that starts activating Destructions, otherwise we're screwed here. But yeah, running both Thors together with Odin and Wong. If you're just in the beginning of pool 3, I'm assuming that you don't have Wong, but just running them in an on-reveal package is going to be very good. Also, if you get Mr. Negative, then honestly Jane is beautiful with Mr. Negative, which is kind of crazy. Thor's girlfriend has betrayed him. We'll go Venom here. It will copy the Venom with all of the buffs. So then we can play over here with the Deadpool. I want to do the Deadpool because it's going to be picking up the buff from the Stark Tower as opposed to the Bucky here. This actually feels brilliant for us. Kyle, how's it going? I'm doing great. Surfer with Cerebro. Yes, the Surfer will be able to buff the... Hang on. Surfer with Cerebro? How is Surfer going to work with Cerebro? I don't think Surfer works with Cerebro because your 3 costs are going to be all different power levels. You heard there's a new currency to choose a card to unlock. Is that true? Ed wins. It's true in the future. It's not been released yet. Tokens do not exist currently. Let's drop our... I mean, the 8-point Venom is nothing to sneeze at. But we could also... Yeah, we play the 8-point Venom. I could also just play right... Well, if I do Bucky here, then the Venom actually... Well, because he is twice, it doesn't matter. And if that sounded cryptic, it's because Camartage will allow Venom to activate twice. And if you play Carnage there, he will then eat the Winter Soldier. But because Venom is absorbing the power of the Winter Soldier, I don't care if he eats the Winter Soldier. I feel like we have a great lead here, and I don't see how the opponent can possibly beat us. Here we go. Moon Girl, on first glance, seems like an odd choice. Why do I select her? So Moon Girl here is for a true high roll. What we're looking at is being able to buff the Deadpool, or secondarily, the Sabretooth with Forge. And then our goal is with Moon Girl to be able to copy a buffed free Sabretooth, copy Death, who will hopefully also be incredibly cheap, and potentially copy the Deadpool, who could also be very powerful and obviously very cheap. So the Moon Girl is for the high roll of when you're able to copy some of these very high value cards for a big turn 6. How do you get those new avatars? Which new avatars are you talking about? If you're talking about like the one that I have right now, the Hazmat, they're just available at a slight chance randomly through the collector caches. Towards the end of Pool 3, you can start getting them. What's up, Teddy? What's up, Urko? Vaughn Morrow, good to see you on the stream. Just learned that Odin doesn't re-trigger Jess Jones. He does. Odin does re-trigger... Wait, are you saying that because Odin would re-trigger her, but then she would immediately say that Odin is canceling her? Or are you saying because there's not enough time for Jess Jones to grow again? Like, if you play... What would the situation be where you're able to get her? If you get Jess Jones pulled out from Sakaar, turn 1, and then you play Wave on turn 3 and Odin on turn 4 to re-trigger Jess Jones, if you then pass on turn 5, won't Jess Jones grow again? I mean, by now we're in a huge rabbit trail, but it is interesting to think about. He does re-trigger her. Unless there's Limbo, she wouldn't get the buff. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, exactly, Hame. We finally got the Hazmat avatar. I've been waiting a long time. I'm going to play Forge to Warrior Falls and just hope that he dies because I want to get death as cheap as possible. And having the Wakanda protect Nova. We have an entire... Are we going to get all 3 Wakanda locations? No, Westview could still become something better. But I don't really want to buff the Bucky. I could buff the Bucky. Buffing the Bucky is not too bad as long as we take care of him with the Venom. Sarapo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you, man. Oh, you get it? Tried it on the last turn. She didn't have time. You thought she would get the move immediately. Yeah, Sebastian. So she'll still have to have another time, or another turn. So it's going to be very convoluted to be able to get the buff, but it could happen. You've noticed there's a bunch of Armor, Cosmo, and Professor X recently. Probably everyone is playing Ongoing Destroyer. Somehow feeling very bad playing Deadpool yourself. Any good deck against them? Ooh, okay. So we have the question, what is the good deck up against Ongoing Destroyer? I mean, the problem is that Ongoing Destroyer is popular right now because it's very hard to counter. You can counter it with the Shang-Chi, but they're able to mitigate that with their Cosmo. You can counter it with a Doc Ock. Doc Ock being able to pull cards out of order so they're not able to build their stacks. I don't really like where this is going because I don't think that we get enough destructions. Well, hang on. We could go Squirrel Girl to mid, and then we could play the double Carnage to get death cheap enough to play. I don't know if this is really what we want. Let's see here. Yes, I'll start with W locations. That was our chain. You have 35 audits to complete for work, so the stream is definitely going to make the work more enjoyable. Fantastic, Vaughn. I play a deck so similar. I lean on 0, Red Skull, and Mary, though, more than the Destroy effects. Interesting. I mean, those are solid. Oh, the Cosmo. Are you kidding me? The Cosmo is going to keep us down. That's the retreat. They got us with the Cosmo. Maxins. Deck looks good. We're hoping that it works well with Warrior Falls. I was having some great success earlier building very large Deadpools, but then, as some of the other chatters are pointing out, opponents are getting wise to the meta right now is just destruction and anti-destruction. Are there any budget leader decks I can suggest? Let's see, if you want to play leader, but you're running for a more budget deck, I think my recommendation would be to play leader alongside Sandman, because the leader is mostly restricted based on board space being available. So if you run a Sandman control deck that's limiting you to just playing one card, then the leader is very good. If you can work in an energy cheat, get that in there as well. If you can bring in Odin, bring that in as well. Stuff like that. Let's just chew up the hood and pass. There is no counter to Ongoing Destroyer, so it's no use trying. You may be playing Ongoing Destroyer right now. Exactly. It's the perfect deck. Now, Loban, are you running Ongoing Destroyer or are you running the Barrow, the infamous Barrow list? That's all the hotness right now. Let's go Nova Deadpool and then wait. We really need to find... Guys, this is going to be so tiring if everybody's playing the Armor... They are. Everybody's playing Armor Cosmo. Incredible. Blask, good to see you, man. Death is pool 2 or 3? Death is pool 3. You finally found your death deck. You call it the Red Death because of Carnage, I assume. Like, you can play Marion 4, Eater with Venom for big numbers. Same with the Red Skull if you don't have Zero or Enchantress. Yeah, the full leaning into the destruction effects is very fun. Or the, not the destruction effects, but the big bodies with negative play effects that then you can mitigate with the destruction effects. I don't know, this one feels like it could be lost already. Because we're going to get these cards shuffled, I need to play something that destroys over here. We don't have a lot going for us. I mean, this lane is going to get choked off anyway, but if I leave a space open, maybe we could protect it. Let's just play the demon and we'll see. Any good synergies with a Lockjaw, early pool 3. So Lockjaw is going to synergize with on-reveal decks because he does allow those on-reveal effects to... Oh gosh. Well, we played the demon last turn, but now we're going to unwrite it. So we go... I don't even know if I want to play the Forge or if I just play the Killmonger. Well, these are going to be gone. This still stays open then. Okay, we'll try it. But yeah, so Lockjaw you're synergizing with on-reveal effects, and then you're synergizing with a high parity between expensive cards in the deck that you hope are in the deck, and then cheap cards so you can play to Lockjaw's location to be able to cycle out the expensive cards for free. Blask, you're taking a break until the location fades away. Yeah, it's another one of those game warping locations. We didn't top deck into death, which is what I was really hoping for. So, we retreat. I mean, we can play the Ongoing Destroyer ourselves and just play the mirror match if we want to, but I want to try this a little bit more. Blask, you just got Hood today. Incredible. Hood has to be my favorite card in the entire game. Yeah, Armor Cosmo everywhere. The Destroyer package seems not so viable now. Yeah, we'll see if we'll run it a couple more times, but then we might change it around. Does it make sense to hold on to credits until the tokens are released, assuming that you don't max at 5,000? If you are content with your progress in terms of card collection, then I would say, yeah, it would make sense. Build up the growth there. Build up the credits. I'm expecting that card tokens are going to cost gold rather than credits. What is Barrow Destroyer, by the way? We can run it. Barrow Destroyer, I'm actually not sure where the name is coming from, but you're running Arrow and Magneto with the Destruction package. And it is a deck that is at least popularized by the most competitive player in the game right now. Let's go in with the Forge. Honestly, we could play the Forge here at Savage Land. Let's see. Am I the only one that gets Bucky after turn 4? Yeah, it's tough. Oh, you think we'll be able to buy tokens? Toa, I'm fairly confident we will be able to buy tokens. I think that is going to be part of their monetization schema. So they're going with the Deadpool to Warrior Falls. Yeah, exactly what we would like to accomplish. The fun thing is that if they hold the initiative, we can kill their enormous Deadpool with Killmonger at the end of this. So let's just go with the Carnage here to fall Savage Land. Try to consolidate with Venom at Atlantis. But okay, so here's the thing on the collector tokens. We don't know enough right now to really make good conspiracy theories. At first, I thought this was going to be their way of incorporating the extra cards every week and monetizing fairly heavily, similar to Nexus events. But then I saw something on the Discord FAQ that was like, it seems like they're going to be looking for another way. I don't know. It could be that there's an overlap and I just wasn't. Ask the team. I'll see if I can find the post. FAQ team answers. Balance changes, skip the tutorial, mystery variants. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to find it now. Anyway, they go with the wave, so they're going for their death. Honestly, just playing the free... I mean, we've got to take advantage of the free death as well here. And then let's actually go with the Moon Girl to be able to duplicate the Nova. That could have some spicy finishes. Waterfalls also makes the game choke. Yeah, it like chokes, right? It chokes so hard. I think tokens are their form of bad luck mitigation. Yes, we have to see how generously they lean into them, because they've also talked about wanting to introduce pool 4 and 5 as like ultra rare finds that you can pull out of the shop. So it seems like they're looking for a little bit more out of the collector tokens. How do we want to run this? I definitely want to establish both Novas for a big Killmonger. The Killmonger is going to be huge because it's also going to clear away their Raptors and their Demon, their Angel, etc., etc. I mean, do we just do it now? We have 2 of them. We could bait them into thinking like if they play the Deadpool, then the Deadpool is huge. But if I do this, I take the initiative. I don't want the initiative. They need to play. Okay, we're just gonna end. Is this stupid? I need them to flip first so that I can kill the Deadpools with my Killmonger. And then they won't be able to have any of them on board. There they go. The opponent can no longer play. Well, never mind. They're going to kill this squirrel. So they have 1 zone to be able to play at. As we wait for it. Could I not Moon Girl Death, or was it only cheap because of the wave? Yes. Death was only cheap because of the wave, and so I felt it better to go ahead and play Death rather than the wait. Bandygrass, thank you for the follow. Over on the Twitch side. I am watching the Twitch chat. It's just going to be quiet over there because most of the action is happening on the YouTube side. Okay, so if we play Killmonger, we're going to get +2 over here. They're going to lose 3. I mean, that sounds incredible for us. Sure. I mean, the Deadpool's going to die, but he would die anyway from the fighting. Wave would then trade with the Killmongers. I could play the Venom, which means that they don't trade with the Killmongers. We'll be 4 and we just kill his wave. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. At Teddy Ninja, possible replacement for Venom and Death. Ooh, KB. Well, Death is pretty core to the entire game plan, but you could play Chavez for more consistent combos, and instead of Venom, you can run Deathlock. That way you can still play the same game plan, and because you have the Deadpool, it's going to be still a fun list. You could also go for the Taskmaster instead of Death, which is a very popular combo because then you can play a big Death pool. If you're going to play the Taskmaster, I recommend also dropping Squirrel Girl or Hood to be able to run Hulkbuster, because your goal is to get a huge Deadpool. I'm merging my name of the deck and the name of the card. You would get a huge Deadpool and then be able to combo it with Taskmaster at the last moment. That's the goal. They seem slow at adding features. You're no game developer, but it doesn't seem like they worked 4 years on this. Maybe they did some work 4 years ago and took a break. What do you mean, Tinde? Because the game has only been out for like a month? No, it's less than a month. In 2 days is the game's 1 month birthday. Like, I don't know. I feel like the game fully works. They're promising all these extra features by the end of the year. I think that, I don't know. I'm okay with that pace of development, personally. I really want something to destroy the Deadpool, but if I just play the Bucky, he won't get destroyed. I want to be able to play the Sabretooth there later, so maybe we do just play the Hood now. The alternative is that we could set up the Bucky somewhere else. Yeah, let's just wait. Purple, 2 streams in 2 days. Yes, we were trying to make up some lost time after the vacation when we went to see the John Williams concert. Wanted to be able to get back into the swing of things, so we had the bonus Tuesday stream, and now we're back at it. Yeah, Killmonger player of the game, exactly. How can you tell whether you're going to have initiative on the next turn? You're looking at whether the nameplate is glowing. That is the cheat vision. What the game is actually considering is who has the greater margin of victory. So right now, if we look at it, the opponent has 2 locations out of the 3. That means they have initiative. They're winning. If the game ended right now, they would win. But if we were to have a tie in terms of locations, then it would be looking at total strength played. With the only nuance being when bar with no name is there, because then strength is detrimental. Let's go Deadpool. And then let's play the Nova at the exact same time. They will get destroyed together. Hang on. You play Nova first, then you play Forge, then you play Deadpool. This one's a wonky one. The Forge is going to buff the Deadpool, but then he's not going to get destroyed. Ah, they have the Sandman? That sucks. I would call you SG Games Purple, but here's the thing. I just have to read the chat, and it's going so fast. I don't know if I'm going to always be able to associate the old name with the new one. What other features are they adding this year? You heard about Friendly Duel system? Yes, Kibbyhole. So they're advertising the Friendly Duel system is going to be coming this year alongside... I don't really want the... At this point is when these guys start really cannibalizing each other. I think just sending in the Carnage is the way that I want to go. To be able to get the pop on the Deadpool... It's pretty important. I mean, he's going to be at 10 strength. That's worth being able to... preserve. It sucks that we're not able to make but the Sandman is holding us back a lot. It sucks that we're not able to make a large combo. The other feature that they're promising to add is the collector tokens, which is going to be a whole new collection system and then step up the rate at which we are acquiring new cards. Okay, glad the initiative explanation helped. Wait, have I not played card games before Blossom? Card games can definitely get worse depending on development direction. I mean, usually they get better. But yeah, sometimes the power creep is too much. Okay. They got us. The ongoing decks are just popping off right now. People running Devil Dino, the I mean, they have the Sandman there instead of the Cosmo or the Armor. But they still got us. It's definitely a counter matchup. Always enjoyed catching the streams. Perfect with your work schedule. Destroyer was your second pull 3 card. Yo! My lord, have I shot up in the race with that card? Oh, yes. Slayer for Mayor. That budget Destroyer deck is one of the best ones in the meta, period, let alone out of budget options. It's so much fun. Anthony Ninja, when you enter a new pool, are you guaranteed to have gotten all the cards from the previous pool? Yes, Sam A. You will only progress to the next one once you have everything from the previous one. Oh, Rich, the Red Skull is in the Red Death. Interesting. That's a very spicy destruction list. The cool thing about that, Rich, is that the opponents are going to be... You're going to hit them with a surprise factor. With the Red Skull splash in there. We're going to go Squirrel Girl. The opponent has made the cardinal sin of playing a 1-drop to Mojo World. Then again, we are about to with the Squirrel. We'll see if we are able to hold them back. Does Rogue count as a core card? You have her. SG Games, I wouldn't say... So Rogue is core to like the Mr. Negative lists, but I wouldn't say she's necessarily core to anything else. Interesting. We have Mojo World and Nidavellir, both locations that benefit spamming out a lot of bodies. Something that we do not do well. Let's play the Sabretooth over here, I suppose. Well... Let's play the Mojo World. Try and clear the Squirrel out ourselves, and then we can come in with the Killmonger later. Hidden Ninja, why run Squirrel Girl over Yondu for additional destroy counter on death? Well, because the Squirrel Girl eventually is going to be 3 additional counters on death. And because I'm not running Wave, I'm really trying to leverage death to be very cheap. Based on the destruction effects. We do have time. I could play the Moon Girl. and get the copy on the Death and the Deadpool, then I can play Deadpool together. 2 Deadpools to get popped by the Killmonger. This is interesting. He posted a list above, but you dropped turn 6 Red Skull and Death, and it was hilarious. That's incredible. With Hood's Demon, oh my goodness. Such a big swing. Rogue is a cool card, maybe not the best card, but cool card for sure. Yeah, I agree that Rogue is very fun, but I would not say that she is core to any, like, really important lists. We're gonna go Venom to Nidavellir. He gets to absorb the +5s from all of these cards, so he's gonna be huge. And then we're gonna go ahead and establish this Deadpool, trying to keep our hand open as much as possible. We're gonna use the Killmonger later. This is gonna get weird. Greetings from Amsterdam, Teddy. Incredible. We've got the international chat going. I love it. Been having fun trying out Electro in early pool 3. Not bad for Warrior Falls either. So a nice ramp deck, sounds like, Robbie. I personally don't love the Electro, but I've mostly just shoehorned myself to playing Electro in a deck that is using Venom to try and push him over to the opponent's side of the board, which is definitely not his only application. Okay, we get our buffed Deadpool down here. We play our Killmonger, making Mojo World a fair fight. And is also going to be discounting Death heavily. How many 1-drops are we popping? 5? Death is going to be 1 cost? Okay, this is what we love to see. This is absolutely what we love to see. Is there a good Hela Lockjaw synergy? Yes and no, Edwins. The Lockjaw seems to play more with Dracula and Apocalypse, but if you're kind of in the middle of your pool collection, I would run him with Hela, because the synergy is that Hela wants the big bodies discarded so she can bring them back at the end. Lockjaw wants the big bodies in the deck so that he can just bring them up for free at his location. So there is some synergy there, and then the repeating on-reveal abilities is just really good for the self-destruction. Purple, you want to play with Venom, you have him, but don't have other combo cards. I mean, as long as you have Sabretooth, you could play around with the Venom, but yeah, he's a lot better when you have Taskmaster and when you have Deadpool. 2 of the 4 pool 3 cards that you have, that's awesome, Ed. Do you think Rogue will be like Shang-Chi, Cosmo, and Enchantress? Fits into tech against the meta? Exactly. And there was a while where Mr. Negative was running wild that Rogue was very popular. To be able to steal the Iron Man especially. Just can't wait to grind out some more cards. Oh yeah, Robbie. Hello, Renan. Good to see ya. People are saying the ongoing Destroyer is awesome, and you keep losing with it yesterday. You don't like playing Professor X without Daredevil? I agree, it's quite dangerous, Blask, but at the same time, you just take those shots in the dark. If you take enough shots, you're gonna hit. The opponent is snapping. How are they projecting Black Panther to any other location is my question. Because, I mean, we are just enormous. Absolutely enormous. We should probably split the deaths. Let's pull... Now, do they have the... Oh, it's because of this Deadpool. Do they have Zola here? If they have Zola, how worried are we? I mean, it's just taking the chance of hitting the Black Panther, but if they send the Black Panther over here, are we still going to be able to beat it? It'll be at like 80 strength. Well, it won't win Mojo World, but then we will win Limbo if they Zola. If they Taskmaster, that's where Nidavellir could be a problem. Is it the Taskmaster? Oh, spicy is the Shang-Chi. And then they have the Ironheart, sure. Oh, good game. If they Zola, they still lose middle. Yeah, if they Zola, they would have lost. Because they would have lost the middle, and then they would have lost Mojo World. So that was their line. Anybody experience some lag? Pause on turn 6 Warrior Falls? Yes. The Warrior Falls is like, it's just horribly optimized right now. Yeah, Shang-Chi the Cube Thief. Shang-Chi is so good. Shang-Chi just single-handedly holds you into so many games. We'll go Forge here. Forge under the Deadpool. They've got the armor. Well, then maybe we don't want to play the Deadpool to that location. Interesting. Here's the thing, is that we are primed to be able to build an enormous Deadpool this game. If they get a free card out of the raft, it's going to be very powerful. But at the same time, they're going to try and rush to the raft, probably with just a little bit of power. We can come back, be able to claim it. Teddy, how to get the titles? You get the titles through randomly opening collector caches. So they're the gold caches towards the end of pool 3 that are able to give you those. Let's go Sabretooth, which will destroy the Deadpool for our first destruction. Almost every turn with Warrior Falls. Yeah. They go Electro right into Professor X. And now they score. So they're up by 9 at the raft. So we have to be able to beat them by more than 9 at Warrior Falls, or see if there's a way that one of us is going to influence the Sanctum Sanctorum. Which I don't think there really is. Now we go Venom. Venom is going to be huge. Yeah, I'm okay with this because we can play the Bucky as the card that gets destroyed later to be able to get the Winter Soldier out. Titles are random from caches, reserves like avatars. Yes, exactly. Emote too much is mute. Oh, yes. Listen, I love the thumbs up. I love the point. I love the bro fist. Any of the other emotes, I just find a little bit annoying. I even find the little emote thumbs up a little annoying. But anyway, that's just me. Is Forge better than Okoye? You're probably in the minority, but Forge seems bad to you. So my goal with Forge is to be able to specifically target the buffs on the Deadpool. Because Deadpool has the doubling effect, it just kickstarts him so much, right? He does so much better when he's kickstarted this way. The opponent thinks that he's winning. Final turn, so we play it all out. We have Killmonger, and then Sabretooth, and then Deadpool. The fact that Destroyer was able to top the Venom is very unfortunate. I also was not expecting it because it came out a turn early because of the Electro. We're still able to come back here with 17, 21, 27 points, but that's not going to overcome the margin of victory that we lost by over here. We could have won Warrior Falls, but it wasn't going to be by a margin of 8 or more. It was a huge Warrior Falls dictated that one, absolutely. Okay, thank you, Urko. So we've got titles as a command. Egg Boy, thank you for the follow. Man, you're trying to watch both you and Molt. Yeah, I love it. Use the Squirrel Girl. If I'd use the Squirrel Girl to get into the Sanctum Sanctorum, I feel like I still was going to be then... I don't know. There was a chance that we still lost Warrior Falls. It would have been very tight. I could have Squirrel Girled instead of Bucky, but then were we gonna be able to beat whatever they were playing down to Warrior Falls? I was kind of assuming they were gonna come in with something fairly powerful, like a Chavez. I'm gonna hold on to the hood because we have the Killmonger. Black Soul Blacks, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, so the goal with the Forge is to be able to target that single unit. Let's go ahead and use... Oh, interesting. If I use the Nova to be able to get a buff on the Deadpool... Is that what I want? I'm not sure that's what I want. If I use the Killmonger now, we'll be able to get the larger Deadpool. They're gonna play Scorpion? Okay, that'll let me destroy it. Interesting. You think they were out of juice after the Destroyer? I don't know, I felt like they had something else. He most definitely drew Iron Man on the snap. Does that deck run Iron Man? It would have been interesting. If we're in a similar situation, we'll play it out next time. I feel like we were behind. My read was that we were falling behind. We'll go Nova, Deadpool, Carnage now. Well, do I want to set up the Carnage? He's a 6-pointer who's going to be able to destroy the Scorpion. And then Deadpool is coming back. Well, he's not a 6-pointer. Yes, he's exactly a 6-pointer. Deadpool is going to come back as a 6-pointer as well. Okay. You could play it to outtune Necrosha as well. Funny how Destroyer has 4 power on curve and you combo it with Cosmo Armor, which are under curve. You thought he'd break even for some reason. It's amazing. Yeah, the Destroyer is very, very strong. Very strong. Anyone know if there's any way to run Hela in a budget deck? It's very inconsistent, Kyle. But we did try, we experimented with it yesterday on stream. And it was okay. We'll say it was okay. It was fun to try. Let's see, if we play... I feel like you have to go Moon Girl here to be able to get the duplication. You're getting Demon, Death, and Deadpool all duplicated. And then we can even play the Moon Girl here so that the Death gets killed, that Moon Girl gets killed, and then Death is down to just 1 cost. You always mute everyone you play. It gets super annoying when someone just keeps on spamming because they win. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. But at least the mute is fairly easy to put it in. It was hella good though. It was hella good. Specifically hella good. I would not describe it as good with other adjectives, but I would say it was hella good. We'll play the Death. And then our Demons. And then, well, putting the 5-drop there is dangerous. I guess I play these two. We're gonna lose the Carnage unless they play something very small. But I mean, we've just vomited, what is this? 34, 46 points onto the board? I'll take putting 46 points on the board. Do I have any other decks planned for today? Yes. I want to play Barrow. I want to play some Black Panther to see if Black Panther can be king in Warrior Falls. And then we might play some Spectrum. It seems like the ongoing effects are going very well right now for our opponents. If anybody in chat has recommendations of what to play around Warrior Falls, I'd love to try it. I mean, listen, this was not a bad turn for the opponent. They played they played 14 points on turn 6. That's still above curve. But we played 44 points. It's insane. This deck gets good draws, the power is massive. Yes, that's so... Somebody was asking why the Moon Girl before. Now you know why the Moon Girl. Oh, baby. Yeah, 14 is a little bit less than 44. Ergo, we had a very good set of draws. Let's set up the Deadpool. Does synergies with the Collector, or are there just better 2 energy cards that pack better punch with the Deadpool archetype? Yes. Archetype. What I prefer is being able to... I want the Bucky. I think I'll play the Bucky somewhere else. And then we'll just play Sabretooth over here. The Collector is going to be synergizing with the Hood, and he's also going to be synergizing with the Sabretooth, and he's going to be synergizing with Deadpool, and it's going to be synergizing with Moon Girl, but getting the discount on Death is just so important to the deck that I like running tokens that can get destroyed, like the Squirrel Girl instead. The sad thing is that they did like a change. It was weird. They did like a change on Quinjet for it, whether it was helping the deck or not, and if it was making the Deadpools free when they came back to hand. Because I played it like one day and it was working, and then another day it wasn't. And so now it's not working. Your Red Death has done okay, but it's similar to mine, so not much new. Okay. Colossus. Bring in Colossus to the Warriors Falls. So Colossus is like the anchor, and then you play whatever else you want, free of being destroyed. That's pretty fun. I like that idea. Let's go with the Nova Deadpool here. They will get destroyed. Then we can come back. Yeah, sure. Let's see how this plays out. I'm looking at Death to be able to win the Space Throne, and then hopefully a large Deadpool to be able to do some work for us as well. They drop the Korg and pull back the Iceman. Aw, the Moon Girl. Okay. I actually really don't like that the Moon Girl got hit. I wanted to be able to play the Moon Girl. Anyway. What about a Doc Ock Polaris Disruption deck? That could be fun. The MD. We've been breaking into pool 3, but been somewhat unlucky with cards. Any budget Doctor Doom or Ultron decks out there? So if you're running Ultron, you want to be able to play alongside stuff like Khazar, Blue Marvel, and then be able to just get those AoE buffs. The Ultron can be quite fun. Also stuff like Mojo is very important for a budget Ultron deck, which is then not budget because it's another pool 3 card, but anyway, if you have him, it's going to help you out a lot because you're looking for Patriot. You're looking for Patriot Ultron. If you want to be able to play Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom also works well with Patriot, but Doctor Doom also does very well with an energy cheat plus Odin. You want a way to be able to activate the Doctor Doom twice. Click on the Ronin, please. Did I miss the Ronin, or do you want to know what he does? If you guys ever want to know what a card does, just type exclamation point and then the name of the card in chat. And Urko has incredibly set us up so that we are able to have the ability displayed in chat. Blask, you just got a new job. Congrats. Congratulations, my friend. That's fantastic. I'm going to a career event at Garmin tomorrow. So that's kind of exciting. Oh, apparently Ronan is not here. Is Ronan not here, or is Streamlabs not here? I saw Streamlabs earlier. Yeah, Streamlabs is here. Okay, incredible. What are my favorite variants? My favorite variants, I mean, the symbiote variants are just so good. It's hard to go wrong with the symbiote variants. But I do love the, I love the more photorealistic ones. The more that they include of that, there's one particular artist who's doing some more photorealistic spreads, and I love those. Are you playing on an Asian server? No, matchmaking, my understanding, is global. And it just happens to be the people who are up at my similar collection rank, collection level, and MMR. Which is kind of funny right now. Let's go with the... we want to stack an enormous card here to Monster Metropolis, but I'm assuming the opponent will have a Shang-Chi anyway. Hopefully we'll just be able to put so many points on the board on the final turn they won't be able to stop us. Ronan is very easy to explain. He's like Dino, but the opponent's hand. There we go. So Tobias answering everybody. Oh, is that it? Because he had the Accuser attached to the command, maybe? Yeah, Streamlabs got Deadpool. Do I like the pixel ones? I do not like the pixel art. The pixel art variants has never been interesting to me. So they're going to play Ronin here. Or not, they're going to play Zola. If they play the Zola, they'll have a 16 point Panther at Savage Land, so we just play all to Savage Land to be able to match. And we're putting down more points than them. It's not bad. Then Broad mentioned that they would like to have the Twitch overlay like Hearthstone, however, that is more on the Twitch side and not Second Dinner. So we'll see. Hope YouTube does something like that. YouTube doesn't have any kind of overlay like that, right? Or did Ludwig actually get us an overlay like that? Last game, it takes 20 seconds for Warrior Falls to finish its laggy effect. Yeah, Warrior Falls is very poorly optimized. You never faced any streamers, which is kind of funny. Either they suck or you're too good. Yeah, Blast, your MMR is probably way too high for us. The Matty G, I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm glad that able to distract. Bring some positive energy, that's the goal. Does Death proc even if it's on deck and not in hand? Yes. Death keeps track of just all destroyed. So if you, well, okay, Marvel Snap, here we go. Death just cares about the destroyed factor here, so it has a memory. She has a memory of everything that dies on either side of the board. We'll send them a hood. I don't mind. There we go. Ronan is in the battle now. Fantastic. Thank you, Urko. Let's see. Project Pegasus. That's a fun one. We can play the Bucky... It could be Bucky Demon Venom, and that way the demon is protected if we draw into our Killmonger. But we are sending the opponent the hood. We would like them to be able to get hurt with that. We could also play... I mean, we could just play Moon Girl to be able to have all these destruction effects and then the double demon. Maybe I like that. Yeah, let's try that. Is Nick Fury a good card? He's your first pool 3 pull. Your first pool 3 pull, Josh. That's just very interesting because he was the premium card of one of the previous seasons. Nick Fury is good with Devil Dino, so he's actually a very good early pull because he's going to synergize with that Devil Dino that's king in pool 2. So it's probably the deck that you want to be playing early in pool 3 anyway, and he's going to make that deck better. So yeah, I feel like you're onto a good spot there. Let's play. Great. They've got the armor and the Kazar. I mean, I could play Forge into the demon, get the buff on the demon at least, wait for Oscorp Tower to take its effect. Is this deck good without Venom? Feels like there isn't enough destruction for death for you. Yeah, if you're going to drop the Venom, you of course run the Deathlock, but the Venom's point is that he's carrying on the power of the Sabretooth and the Deadpool, right? I suppose I will play the Venom. They're playing a Spectrum deck with the Captain America here being comfortable completing the location. We want to be able to start ticking up some destroy counters and then be able to find our death. This would have been a brilliant game to have Deadpool in hand because we had the double Carnage, could have kept on comboing, but it didn't come together. You got a sweet realistic Iron Man variant, but can't wait for the nullified variants. Yeah, they have some incredible work for like the future variants that look amazing. I'm gonna get so many rocks. I am gonna get so many rocks. It's a lot of destructions. Yeah, we probably just back out of this one. We haven't found the pieces that we need. How did I get the flavor text under the gamer tag? That is a title. Titles are available in collector caches, so the gold boxes. You have a small chance of acquiring a title. I have found 3. And they're all stupid. Well, I actually like the Thanos was right one. I've got Thanos was right, cool, 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 ballin' out of control, and part-time Avenger. Let's rock it. Alright, one more with this deck and then we'll change things up. Jackson, you just got Mystique and Patriot? Well, Jackson, I think that Fate has decided that you have to play a Patriot deck now. Just pulled Patriot and Mysterio early on in pool 3. You're very excited. Well, again, Sad, you also, it seems like Fate has decided you have got to play that style of deck. You have 7 titles, give you more cards. Well, Blask, they have to make more cards first, right? Thanos was right is pretty good. There's a ton of different funny ones I've seen. Let's go in with the Sabretooth, of course. So here we'll be able to destroy Sabretooth on 3, which is actually insane. And then we'll be able to have Moon Girl copy the free Sabretooth. I'm looking forward to how this is going to play out. Ooh, the Nova as well. We'll just play the Venom. We'll use Nova to buff them later on. Your favorite one is playing on the toilet. That's a good one too. Hello from Indonesia, incredible. Urasil, thank you for joining in on the stream. It's good to see you, man. What's the best mid-pool 2 to play? Been playing Zoo, but want to mix it up. Johnny is going to be Devil Dino. I feel like Devil Dino is just king. He is king in pool 2. So if you play the Collector, Devil Dino, the cards that then... Oh no! What is happening? I guess I angered Professor X. That X-Mansion would sabotage me that heavily. What am I supposed to do? I can only play one card. My whole point is that I play Sabretooth for free as extra power. Okay. That was interesting. Pity, you just enter to pool 3. Your first 2 cards are Hela and Ghost Rider. It is a sign. It is a sign. That's amazing. How many times do I think I've had to explain the collector reserve question? Oh, I don't keep track, Eric. Otherwise, I would get exhausted. Do you have any idea what collection level is roughly needed to have all the cards? 3,000, Milo. What is the role of Squirrel Girl in the deck? The Squirrel Girl is meant to get a lot of discounts on death. Let's go in with the Deadpool. We've played this combo out to Warrior Falls a couple times. It's actually very fun. I love... this is when the deck sings. When you have Deadpool in hand and then you get the Warrior Falls. What's the intended use of Vibranium? Is that going to be a mechanic or is that just a tease? Slayer for Mayor, it was a tease. They specifically prevented us from being able to see exactly what Vibranium does. So I'm very excited to see how it ultimately plays out. It's going to be created from the Vibranium mines. It's going to be adding cards to hand. My impression is that Vibranium is going to be beneficial rocks. And Legal Mila, thank you for the subscription. My impression is that Vibranium is going to be beneficial rocks, but we don't know the power. No, we know that it's 4. We know that it could be 4 power. It can get buffed at least. We don't know its cost. I'm very excited. That is the location that we know the least about. I'm wondering if Vibranium is going to have an ability. It's going to be a rock with an ability that will prevent cards from being destroyed at its location. It seems thematically accurate to have that as an effect because it's a ultra durable substance, right? So for Vibranium to do that just makes sense. I want to get the Sabretooth now. But then it will kill the Nova already before it could buff the Deadpool, which is a very important piece. Maybe we wait. Death replacement for this deck. It's very hard to replace Death in this deck, but I would run Taskmaster instead. If you don't have Taskmaster, then I would run Chavez just for a little bit more consistency. Okay, now we play Sabretooth to get these to kill each other. Looping Moon, how's it going, man? Good to see you on the stream. Urko rallying the likes. Let's go. Let's promote the stream to everybody else. They really need to fix the delay after cards fight at the falls. I agree, VA. It seems very poorly optimized and it's just a bad look for the game, right? Let's go in with the... I mean, I'd kind of like to go Bucky Venom here. The reason that I'm playing it out here is because then we get the 3 destructions plus the 2 on this side of the board. Death is going to be free. Sabretooth is going to be free. Then we have Moon Girl, whatever we top deck, and the... That's only... Well, 6-point Deadpool, but it's something. You've been trying a Polaris, Storm, Juggernaut, Kingpin, Arrow, Magneto deck, and it's kind of hit or miss. Except Arrow and Magneto. Yeah, Advet. The Kingpin is interesting. We were trying that at the beginning of the previous stream, and we played it for like an hour to be able to get one game where the Kingpin stomped him because of the Magneto or the Arrow pulling the cards in, which was hilarious that it took us that long. But eventually we got there. So, we have Moon Girl. We're ahead at the ruins. I would like to reinforce it a little bit. I don't know, they've already played the Blue Marvel. They don't have a way to be able to onslaught the Blue Marvel. What else are you playing? I couldn't tell what I assumed the opponent was playing a Patriot deck, and it just wasn't coming together. Yeah. My guess would be that the opponent was playing a Patriot deck, and I would have been able to beat them. Looping Moon, you got Wong a week ago, and on reveal with the Wong goes crazy. Oh man, it sure does. Okay, one more. One more with this. Yeah, the Blue Marvel variant looks really cool. Replacing Death in a Death deck is like replacing Patriot in a Patriot deck. It's technically possible, not recommended. Don't try this at home. But here's the thing, like, Deadpool is a really fun card to be able to play with, so I can understand trying to play a Deadpool deck without Death. I think it's not as suicidal as trying to replace Death in, like, a deck that's not running Deadpool. Because Deadpool can himself be such a big carry, you're just going to want to bring in the Hulkbuster and the Taskmaster to be able to make better use. Gamma Lab. That's going to transform my cards into the Hulk. I wish it destroyed cards instead. But we can get a couple Hulks out here. Yeah, Cloak and Vulture. That's spicy. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to use the combo. Oh. Do you see what I see? If I cloak, I can pull the Deadpool and kill him. That seems like so much fun. But is that what we really want to play right now? I feel like it's worth it. The opponent hasn't played anything to Gamma Lab. They're probably not going to be able to contest us with like more Hulks than we have at least. Okay. They do expend their Bucky. Have Death but no Deadpool and Venom yet? Well, MCH, if you have Death, then also if you have Wave, you're on to a great meta list. Just run your Destruction synergies with Death and you're going to be very happy. She's incredible. So now we kill the Deadpool. Then, let's see. Is it just Sabretooth and then we're preparing for another Deadpool Venom? Probably. Oh wait, does the armor save them? No way. Oh. The opponent is too good. I've met my match. Woodwall? Woodwall, you had the Soul Read. Be able to move the armor over to prevent me from being able to do my destruction shenanigans. Now you have the Warpath. I'm not running Shang-Chi. I feel like that's the kind of move you just retreat from. I mean, they haven't snapped. I technically now have the Bucky Venom lane opened up, but this is terrible. Ivory, good to see you. If you were late, you may have just missed the most impressive move I've ever seen an opponent make. His brain is too big, exactly. We're no match. Now he's going to be able to drop the Destroyer and win the game. Yep, alright. Hats off to you. I love that we got the 2 Sabretooth. Escaped. We got the copy from Triskelion. Slayer from Air, you definitely think you should have lost a few games because of Warrior Falls. Shang-Chi seems to get his butt kicked by Destroyer before he can kick it with Initiative. Yeah, the Shang-Chi counterplay for some specific lists is very interesting because they're often trying to play from behind with a big turn 6 swing, and then Shang-Chi is not effective enough to be able to catch them out, which I think that's one of the balancing factors for Shang-Chi. Otherwise, I mean, he is just an insane card anyway. You can't play Carnage decks without Enchantress to counter Armor and Cosmo. Well, Enchantress will not counter Cosmo, but it will counter Armor. That is kind of the Achilles heel of the Destroyer, right? Is if you turn off the Armor and then the Destroyer wipes out his stack of cards, it's pretty solid. Let's see, Enchantress would be able, if played on the exact right order, to turn off Professor X, but Cosmo would prevent Enchantress from activating, and then she wouldn't be able to turn anything off. Let's go with the Venom, I suppose. Rambo Ando, welcome to the stream, man. TLSG says hi. What? We got a hi from TLSG? I'll have to say hi back to him. I've tried hopping into a few of his streams, but he's never noticed my messages. Let's go with... I feel like it's Killmonger. Well, what's the order? Is it Moon Girl and then Killmonger, or Killmonger and then Moon Girl? This way we get a little bit more power here at flooding. Let's do it this way. Is this the main account? This is the main account. We have absolutely everything here. Haven't been lucky with your pool 3 cards, but you got Destroyer, which is pretty budget friendly. Yeah, if you have Destroyer, you can't complain about your pool 3 luck. It's incredible. Lakey78, how it be? It be like it do. Finally, you're finished pool 2 in less than 20 days of playing this game. The progress is fairly fast. Yeah, I agree, Leonardo. I think that the game is pretty free-to-play friendly. Why is Angel so bad? That's a great question. Angel got no love. So then we go Death. And we ask ourselves, is the opponent playing Zola? Or... hang on. If they're playing Zola, they're going to have a 17 points at Subterranea, and I would tie with Death. And then we could play here. The question is it Taskmaster or is it Zola? I feel like I've only seen Taskmaster, or I've only seen Zola, not the Taskmaster. Not that playing Taskmaster for 8 points is that special. But it would change how we wanted to play things. I think we go both to Subterranea. And we also snap. Yeah, Teapot King, we ended up going with the 2 death on left. Has anyone seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever yet? Yes, we got to see it last night, Sly Cooper. Me and the wife went out to see it. Wakanda Forever! Alright, the opponent threw up the thumbs up for the GG. We'll do the same. We got the soul read on back on them. Thumbs up. Alright. Warrior Falls. Yes, Terrace. So if anybody likes seeing the cards in the chat, give your thanks to Urko. He was the, he got the entire set in there. He even has cards that aren't in the game yet. Urko has put leaked cards in the chat as well. We have absolutely everything. It's incredible. We'll get Hood in. You went to watch it with a friend. Overall, great experience. Fantastic Looping Moon. It was really interesting. So the theater that the wife and I went to was a run where it wasn't IMAX. IMAX does the full bubble screen. This one was one where they had these angled screens on the side walls. So it was in your peripheral vision, but only for some scenes. Some scenes were locked in on like the normal set, and then they'd open up, and at other times you'd have like the full widescreen, which was incredible for all of the opening, where they're in like the very beginning and then they're kind of doing the procession. I'm not gonna do any spoilers, but the beginning scenes with the full like opening up to the peripheral vision as you're going through the city was quite impressive. Destroyer decks have 3 failsafes: Armor, Professor X, and Cosmo, and you can't Enchantress all of it. Yeah, you can only Enchantress. Well, you can Enchantress the Professor X, but that's a very rare situation. Honestly, this Murder World is the best thing that could have happened to us. So let's play Deathpool? Do we play Deadpool or do we play Sabretooth? Sabretooth becomes free. Which movie? This is the new Black Panther. Black Panther 2. Sabretooth the Destruction will be very nice, but it's not going to necessarily grow my Deadpool. What if I just try and grow the Deadpool and then also... I mean, we could play the Squirrel Girl for some extra destruction tags as well. Yeah, let's do something like this. Oh, is it called Eye-Wide? It might be called Eye-Wide. I need a Destroyer with pool 2 card deck list. So the Destroyer deck list, basically you're running Destroyer, you're running the pool 2 destruction cards, you're running all the cards that can protect cards from being destroyed, and then you run Daredevil if you have him, but he's really the only other, and you're running Hobgoblin. But nope, wrong side of the board. We're playing here to the center. The Destroyer and Daredevil are really the only pool 3 cards that are getting put in that Destroyer list. Are there any other games that I'm waiting for, or am I just a snapper? Well, Blask, we are looking for Marvel Midnight Suns. That one is going to be... That's coming out December 2nd, which is coming up so soon, actually. I've been waiting for Midnight Suns for forever. That is two Fridays from now. That's insane. So we're definitely going to be playing Marvel's Midnight Suns and loving it. And then our the other games that we're really on the lookout for... There's a Warhammer 40k card game called Chaos Gate Warp Zone. Chaos Gate? Yeah. No? It's something Warp Zone that I played a demo for and was quite fun. I think I go Venom here. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the Disney collectible card game. What are they calling the Disney collectible card game, guys? Chat, help me out. But Pokemon is this Friday? Pokemon has a new set releasing too? Oh my gosh. Midnight Suns is the development team for Axis. So the team from the original XCOM is making a version of XCOM with Marvel characters. But it's going to be a little bit different. But it looks very, very good. Let's throw the Nova to Warrior Falls to be able to get the buff. And then we're going Sabretooth, Deadpool, Moon Girl, Snap. I feel great. Ikorana, yes. How many games do you realistically need to play to get Infinite? Well, it depends on when you're starting, Terrace. Yes. Egg Boy, the Marvel Ultimate Alliance vibe. Exactly. The Midnight Suns, I'm very excited for. They had the leader play, and then they were able to copy everything I had. Oh, no. Lorcana? Yes. Josh, got to get back to work. It was fun stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. So yeah, we've got the Midnight Suns on the horizon, Lorcana on the horizon, and then the Warhammer card game on the horizon. Those are the main ones. And then there's also, I mean, I showcased the demo for Capes, but that's like a ways away. And then I've also played the demo for Wild Frost, which is going to be a single-player deck-building roguelike, which is going to be very fun. But that one is releasing sometime in January, I believe. What kind of game is Midnight Suns? Also a card game? So Looping Moon, it is going to be a turn-based tactical strategy game, but all of your abilities... Well, if you've played XCOM, the hook for XCOM is that your abilities have a hit chance, and so you have to be able to mitigate bad situations with abilities just not hitting. You are going to have a hand of, instead of the abilities having a chance of missing, what they're doing in Midnight Suns is they're giving you a deck of abilities for all the characters, and so you have a chance of, you just have like a random draw of what abilities you'll be able to use every turn. So there are card game mechanics, but you're playing cards to be able to activate abilities for heroes that are actually on the map. I probably explained that as poorly as it possibly could be. But if you guys haven't heard of Midnight Suns, I'm going to plug them even harder right now because they are releasing a fantastic series of YouTube shorts. They are free shorts that you can watch on YouTube that is talking about them assembling the team of characters. So they've already done Magic and Sarah and, well, it's Sarah versus Lilith, the two sisters. Sarah as the good witch and then Lilith as the mother of demons. And then they brought Magic into the team and then they did a Ghost Rider short. That was, it was great. Let's get the demon and then the venom here to be able to pop the Sabretooth. Kind of slowed down with trying new card games after you found out about Snap. Card games are too time consuming unless they'll be 5-minute matches like Snap. Yeah, Blask, I agree. Like Snap is a lifestyle kind of game. You just play that one. But in terms of being able to add some diversity and some interest to the channel, I'm looking like months down the line at a time where maybe Snap is just kind of the same old for a little while. Being able to splash in some Warhammer, being able to splash in some of the, what is it? The Frost? Winter Frost? Wild Frost. Wild Frost. Gonna be fun. Free shorts sound good, but it's winter. Thanks, Rambo. Thanks, Rambo. But they very much have the vibe of the What If episodes, and they're pretty high quality. There we go. Gato's seen it. Gato likes it. Is Midnight Suns going to be a collectible card game? No. Midnight Suns is going to be a single-player narrative-driven experience. I'm going to keep on using Superflow for all it's got. And why am I playing Sabretooth? Sabretooth is free. I wanted to be able to play Moon Girl to copy the Sabretooth. But I think I'm just going to play the Nova, as crazy as that is. The question is, what's better? 2 copies of Nova or 2 copies of Sabretooth, even though Sabretooth is free? As a content creator, I kind of need variety. I mean, some content creators do great with just a single game, but I've always liked the variety. Having that little bit of, you know, new stuff going on is always fun. Let's get the Carnage in here. We'll be able to get a very cheap death, be able to make a good, nice combo. Instead of Venom and Death, what can you go from Pool 2 or Pool 3? Well, instead of Venom, you're obviously bringing in the Deathlock. And then if you don't have Death, you want to run Taskmaster, or you want to run Chavez. Do I mind bringing on Midnight Suns to the channel, or keep it more card game related? Oh, we're definitely playing Midnight Suns. There's going to be a Midnight Suns playthrough on the channel. I can guarantee it. Deathstroke Chavez, exactly. Not really the same deck, but they help. Yep. You're going to have to rename the deck. If you are cutting Death, what do we call it if we cut Death? Which sounds like one of the most metal things you could possibly do. Let's go Moon Girl. Forge to the Sabretooth. What does the opponent think they have? We're able to put out 17, 18, 22 points on the final turn. And we are behind. But I don't know, I'm pretty happy when I'm able to flip both other... Ooh, there's a spicy pull. I was not expecting to have to play around the arrow. Okay, interesting. So arrow pulls them in the order that you lay them down, right? So because we played Death late enough in the order, she got to stay, or was it totally random? Move all enemy cards played this turn to this location. I felt like I laid down Death first, so why didn't Death get pulled? Is it just because they were not as far away from the location? Oh yeah, if you have the Taskmaster, then... Okay, so, Matthias, if you have the Taskmaster, then I recommend also cutting Squirrel Girl and bringing in Hulkbuster, because your goal is to be able to get just an enormous, like an obscenely big dead pool to be able to combo with the Taskmaster. So this is a variety channel, checking out stream because it was recommended. It's mostly Snap. I mean, right now we're full steam ahead on Snap. but I do occasionally play some other games. My goal is to be able to have one non-Snap video a week. And it used to be a full variety channel of just like all kinds of strategy games. Stephen Tran, thank you for subscribing. Do you think DC will ever make a card game like Snap? No, I have no faith in DC. It's harsh, but it's true. If I put the buff on the Bucky, then I will be able to eat it with the Venom. I guess that's good enough for me. Sure. Do I want to eat it now, though? I guess I'll wait, see what else we can pop. Why using Venom? He just takes other power to his. Exactly, Daze. He's able to take the power of the Deadpool and the Sabretooth and keep it on the board when those cards return to hand to allow us to replay it. So he's allowing us to duplicate, whereas Deathlock would just slough away all of that juicy, juicy power. We're gonna play our Sabretooth. They do have the armor. The Moon Girl would copy the Empowered Venom, but it's not great. I don't know if the Sabretooth is necessarily what I want either, though. This one's not going to be a good one. Cutting Death sounds like Pantera or a Slayer album. Exactly. Excited for Midnight Suns for sure. XCOM 2 is a top 10 game for me. Oh yeah, I am so excited for Midnight Suns. It looks amazing. You think it's order of play, but now you're confused? I was confused as well, Toa. Do you guys know something about DC Dual Force ever coming out? Was that their rumored card game? Did you tell everyone Snap was nominated for Best Mobile Game? I have not yet, but Snap is nominated for Best Mobile Game of the Year, which is pretty wild. So if you guys want to help support the game, be able to gain more notoriety, then you guys have a chance. If you go to the Discord, they have the link to where you can go and vote, I believe, to be able to help support the game. DC's never going to make a game without LeBron James and the Minions again. Francesco, thank you for the subscription, and Jose Miguel, thank you for the subscription as well, man. Thank you. About to try with Hulkbuster, Taskmaster, and Deathlock. That sounds great. You don't have Death or Hood, but you do have Venom and Taskmaster. What should you do? I mean, if you're going to cut the Hood, then you run in the Hulkbuster as well, and you'll be very happy with that list. So you're replacing Death with Taskmaster, Hood with Hulkbuster, and yeah. And you do have the Venom, so yeah, you're golden. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they're going to be able to drop the huge... Where are they trying to play the Destroyer? Are they going to play the Destroyer to be able to fight my Venom at Warrior Falls, or do they want to play the Destroyer to Cosmo's location? If they play to Warrior Falls, they will kill the Cosmo. Interesting. So this wins if they play to Warrior Falls. It loses if they play to the Peak. But I don't think I don't have a way to actually be able to beat them if they play to the Peak, do I? I play the 13 points off of Death. Yeah, it's not big enough. Okay, so then you retreat. There we go. Why is Moon Girl in Death Pool? That always confuses you. So the goal with the Moon Girl is to be able to get the high roll. We got it a couple times. You're looking to be able to duplicate cards with incredible efficiency, like the Demon, Death, a buffed Sabretooth, who is discounted to be free, and the Deadpool. And so you're able to destroy Deadpool and then copy him in hand. You're able to copy the Demon, copy Death while you keep on discounting Death. When you hit, it's great. When you don't hit, it's small loss to be able to include her, is generally how I think about it. Let's see, I had one here that I was trying to build around, I think. Oh, the budget list, there we go. I want to try this Barrow list that everybody keeps talking about. All right, copy to clipboard, paste me. Paste it in. So this is all the rage. This is what all the cool kids are playing. It's called Barrow for some reason. Why is it called Barrow? Does anybody know why it's called Barrow? I understand I'm playing Arrow, but why is the B there? It's destruction. It should be like Darrow for the death arrow, right? But it's Barrow. This deck is not my own creation. It's popularized by JB Best. I'm saying that right? I believe this is coming to us from KM Best. KM Best, based on third-party tracking, is the highest MMR player in the game. He's an incredible deck builder. His favorite card set is the Destruction set of cards. He effectively pioneered the Destroyer list that's so popular right now. And now he has a new take on it that he likes even better. And it's taking the meta by storm. Death Arrow? Yeah, it's Death Arrow, but it's called Barrow with a B. I don't get it. New Teddy Ninja stream, let's go. Awesome, Doomday. Glad to see you on the stream, man. Bucky Barnes might be the B. Is it Bucky? Bucky is providing the B? Bucky, you're not important enough to provide the B. I don't mean to offend Bucky. I love Bucky, but he's not important enough to provide the B in a name of the top meta deck. Jabbar, thank you for the subscription. Best Arrow, Bay Arrow. It's not Ben Brode's version. Oh, is it Bay as in waifu? We've got the waifu arrow. Bay Arrow. Oh, so dumb. I'm not criticizing. I mean, the name is stuck. Like, it's stuck enough that people aren't going to be able to change it now. Bay Arrow. Okay, I get it now. That Cosmo is just disgusting. Absolutely disgusts me. If I play the Killmonger... Killmonger's feeling quite good here. So the goal of the deck is to be able to play on tempo with your opponent with the Destruction package, but then you have Arrow and Magneto to be able to throw the opponent's cards around and then use the control against the opponent to be able to open up either combos for yourself or break down their game plan. Be able to play around locations a little bit more easily, stuff like this. Victory. You feel like the Hood is the staple of those decks? It can be. Is Deadpool in Pool 3? Yes, Deadpool is a Pool 3 card. B for blowing up your stuff, you guess? Okay, okay. We have a lot of hot takes in chat. I think the Bay, as in the waifu Bay, is the line that they're going for. Have to get back to work, but glad to catch the stream for a bit. Hope the games go well. Thank you, Joshua. Glad you were able to join in for a bit. How do you think new cards will be added in the future? Single card release per week, month, new whole pool dumps? It will be one a week. The devs have promised us that it will be one a week. And I think that it will be, you'll get one through the season pass, then you're probably going to get another one through the collector tokens, and then I'm hoping that you get one for an event, one special event they run a month, and then they'll just have to find a way to make that fourth week card release. Okay, hang on. It's definitely Mysterio. I was about to not play Mysterio, and that would have been terrible. It's about Michael Bay. I don't think it's about Michael Bay, but I admire the creativity. We can play Wave into Death, which is pretty fun. Though I could also play Bucky into Carnage. Let's go Wave into Death, just see how it goes. Barrow is a cracked deck. It's like throwing cold water on your opponent on turn 6. Yeah, exactly. Your whole point is that you have the Wave plus Death plus anything else. Either the Arrow or the Magneto. So you're hitting them with a 12-point free card, and then you're playing a control card against them on top of that, which should just demoralize. So like here, I can play the Arrow. The Arrow will take any cards played this turn and move them over to kill. And then the Mysterio will be able to win the TVA. If they were playing a more expensive card, then I could go for the Magneto and have some assurance. But it only stops at 4 cost cards, and they're likely going to play a 6-drop here. They play the Jubilee instead. Well, that throws a wrench in my plan. The Scarlet Witch switches to Limbo. Okay. Now Arrow will pull the Jubilee away. We still lose mid, but we win on right and we win the TVA. There we go. Why do people like Deathpool? Because in your opinion, you can get a 14 easier in a zoo deck. You play with a pool 2 zoo deck even though you're in pool 3 and it wins you a lot. I mean, zoo is still very good. Pool 3 zoo has some great upgrades. Dario, thank you for the subscription. Like, zoo is great. Right now everybody is playing Deathpool because of Warrior Falls. What's a good pool 2 control deck? You want to run Shang-Chi and Enchantress and Killmonger, and then you've got it, basically. You can throw in the Hobgoblin, and you can throw in the Professor X. Take your pick there. Ravel. And hopefully between those cards you're able to get the core of the deck you're looking for. Sure, I'll play the Nova. I'm still trying to figure out where this line is going. They do have the armor, protecting the Ant-Man and the Yondu. Thankfully we got the Nova away. Do I want to just play the Deathlock or do I want to play it blank? I probably play it blank. Have I ever forgot which Mysterio is the real one that I played myself? Well, Blast, they have the animation going, so I often have to remind myself. But the illusions have the little green mist going around them and the real Mysterio does not. So they have a way for you to be able to tell. Let's go Hood, Killmonger now. Or I guess it's Carnage now. Hold on to the Killmonger. Same, sometimes you're fighting lanes without countering the +5. You hate the TVA. TVA is pretty boring for the short. TVA and Limbo are in one game, yeah, but the TVA trumps. TVA is king. How can you improve the Pool 2 Kazoo deck in Pool 3? To be able to upgrade the Zoo list, you're looking at Mojo is very good, Debris is very good. Those are your main upgrades. The Hood. Hood is a very good Pool 3 upgrade to the Zoo list. Any of those. We play Zoo deck and drop rank, but mostly people play Barrow decks in Pool 3 and have Killmonger. And it's also not good with the featured location. Yeah, right now, everybody loves Barrow. They just can't get enough of this deck. It's crazy. So if I play... I mean, we're ahead at Isle of Silence and we're ahead at Avengers Compound. How much are they going to be able to drop on us here? If I play Arrow, I'm able to pull whatever they play away. Like if it is the Onslaught, it would get moved over here, which we lose Avengers Compound, but then we win Isle of Silence and we win the right lane, which also is Avengers Compound. If we play Magneto, we're getting more points on the board, and we're able to swing... I think that we would pull the Debris first. The Debris would end up here at Avengers Compound. That would be a 7-point swing for them, taking them up to 16, which would tie us. Interesting. I'm going to try the Arrow. Green Mist, you say, it's just farts. No, but it's true. While playing other games and you get lucky, you always wish that you could snap for more points when playing this game. What a great mechanic. Exactly, Toa. I start playing something else and I'm like, I would snap right here if I could. Ah, they got us. They got us with the Doctor Doom. Well, Magneto or Death would not have saved us either. So I guess that's why we were glad we didn't snap. Yeah, we were ready against the Onslaught, but then we lost to the Doctor Doom. That's how it goes. For some reason, your Mysterio variants always look like a basic vanilla version when played. Yes, Hame. The devs are working on getting the artwork of Mysterio to reflect for the entire game, but it's not implemented yet. It's the same thing for... What is it? There's another card that always looks the same. Hey Daddy, you just pulled Destroyer. Are Destroyer decks consistent? Yes, they are, Scalp City. Destroyer decks are one of the best early pool 3 decks. I mean, they're one of the best decks, period. And they run mostly pool 2 cards. So you're very fortunate to have that pull. I'm going to play the Carnage just to be able to start stacking up power in Mer Island. We have the Killmonger to be able to pop their agent. And the Yondu. Here we go. The deck name is Barrow. Yes, exactly. A Maw-based zoo deck brought you from level 50 to 40 very easily yesterday. You mean 40 to 50? Okay, good. Good distinction. Important to know. Are you going up or down? Let's go in with the Bucky Nova. I guess I'll play the Nova over here. I don't know if it matters too much. I was playing chess and wanted to snap. Do you guys, would that be fun? A snap mechanic in chess? It could be added to anything, right? When would you would be able to snap? I mean, it would just be, you'd have to have a tournament with a rank system based on the snapping mechanic to be able to implement it in another game. You have to have the whole game infrastructure be consistent, but it would be super fun, right? You wish artwork for cards with the second card also would have the same variant art? Right, so like Mr. Sinister or Brood, right? Winter Soldier always looks the same. Winter Soldier could be another one they need to update. Is Emma Frost good, and which deck? Emma Frost is not in the game yet. Are you talking about White Queen? Aside from Magneto, your pool 3 cards have been absolute garbage. Oh, don't say Hazmat is garbage. You're gonna come in here to my channel and disrespect my own avatar? You're kidding. I like the Hazmat though. Yellow Jacket, Agatha, and a couple other stupid things. RNG is not on your side. Yeah, the Agatha has to combo with other things, and the Yellow Jacket is not good. Let's see. I think I just play Deathlock, and then we plot around our Magneto. But we could play the Arrow. Let's see how this goes.
I am Iron Man.
Is there a Mr. Mysterio variant yet? I'm actually not sure. I don't think there is. Morph variant? Yes. What's the point of Morph? Exactly. So the Morph variant as well. Though that one I don't see them ever really being able to change. Ah, they had the Iron Man. Okay. So they're 100% winning that lane. They're flipping first. Here's the thing. If they play a 3 cost to be able to surmount Killmonger, I'm able to pull it over with Magneto. That seems like it could be good. Oh, they just moved the Nightcrawler. I thought for some reason that the Nightcrawler had already moved. I thought that the Nightcrawler had already moved and they weren't going to be able to bring it across. What's my opinion on Ebony Maw? I think Ebony Maw is very good. But in specific decks where he's able to get assistance, either from something like a projector card like Claw, or Red Guardian. No, not Red Guardian. the Tentacle Slap, or if he's able to get help from like a movement deck. So I think Ebony Maw is good. Emma Frost is White Queen. Okay, White Queen is very good with Devil Dino. What's the goal of the Destroyer deck? You're stuck around 45, but you want to hit Diamond this season. The Destroyer deck, its goal is to be able to leverage a lot of control against the opponent through the Cosmo and the Professor X. And then its goal is to be able to just play on tempo very well. Let's throw Mysterio out here. And then hit the opponent with the enormous Destroyer at the end to be able to solo win a lane. And capitalize on some of the efficiency of the other destruction synergies like the Nova and the Bucky. You think the game economy could use some tweaking? You wouldn't mind a card acquisition system being so random with acquisition credits at a slightly faster rate? Well, Peter, you'll be happy to hear that collector tokens are promising to solve that issue. The collector tokens will allow you... Man, I really want to be able to play the Nova here, though. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Let's play Killmonger to finally get rid of... We want to get rid of the Quinjet as soon as we can. Collector tokens are going to be a new free currency that will allow you to pick exact cards that you want out of a rotating selection in the shop. Is Warrior Falls glitchy for anyone else? You have turns where it didn't trigger at all, and sometimes it's really laggy. I've never had it not trigger at all. I've always had it trigger when it should, but it is very laggy. Halls, thank you for the follow. Over on the Twitch side of things. The Cosmo at Hell's Kitchen is very frustrating. Well, I mean, it means I can play the Deathlock without destroying anything. Then I can play the Demon behind, I suppose. Let's see how this goes. Warrior Falls lags on your Nova every time? Yeah, exactly. It's very slow. You like the simplicity of some Marvel characters. Yellow Jacket, because he has a yellow jacket. Strong guy, because he's, well, a strong guy. Yep, the names just make sense. Your strategy is to fill the middle location by turn 3 with 1-cost cards like Ebony Maw and Ant-Man, and then upgrade those cards with the Clawkazar Blue Marble. It's won you a lot. Yeah, I feel like Ebony Maw is pretty solid for that kind of application. We could drop the arrow, pull something over. I don't know if pulling a card over actually helps us right now. Not in this 2-lane race, but it's still, the 5-8 is a solid stat line. They do have the Devil Dinosaur. We have the Magneto. I'll go for it. That will pull the Cosmo to the side if there's any space. I don't know. We didn't find Death, which I wanted to combo with the Wave. Do we know when friendly matches are coming exactly? Yes, they are coming exactly by the end of the year. That's all we know. Teddy Ninja, tell people to use the tokens command. Yes, we do have the commands. It sounds great, just hopefully they don't take too many tokens to buy a card. How they're balanced out remains to be seen. Honestly, it seems like the game is fairly free-to-play friendly right now. And so just adding another free currency, I feel like however it's implemented is still moving in an even better direction. Barrow is a nice card for sure. A noise card. You say she's pretty nice. She's pretty bae. It was very fun. Aside from some laggy moments and weird interactions, Warrior Falls is fun so far. Not the greatest player by any means, but pushing to 70 almost. That's awesome, Jason. Sounds like you're well on your way to being able to hit Infinite this season. Hope you make it. And yeah, Warrior Falls I feel like is pretty fun right now. Sure, it's favoring the destruction decks, which are favored in the meta already, but I don't begrudge it too much. I feel like there's multiple options that are good. Does Nick Fury do well in any deck? No. Well, okay, so Tyler B, I have two interpretations of your message. One is asking, is Nick Fury a plug-and-play card? He is not a plug-and-play card. Two is, does he have any home at all? And he does, it's with Devil Dinosaur. You run him with Devil Dinosaur and Collector, and then he is fairly effective. Let's go ahead and play the Nova. And then we want to play... Is this the mirror matchup? If they're playing Mysterio, they're either playing Patriot or they're playing Barrow themselves. We can play the Carnage. Sure. This is okay. Blast Zone, you won by a single point. That's amazing, man. You love the animations for Cyclops when you grab him and he starts shooting. Yes! The animations for the cards are so good, and then they'll actually... Like, the cards that shoot the forehead lasers actually bounce off of the character or the player nameplates. And so does, like, the Hawkeye arrows. He starts just shooting arrows everywhere, and you'll hear the thunk thunk when it hits the different nameplates. It's great. We'll go Deathlock here. Let's see. Mahjonging? What? Something things to Warrior Falls is just fun. It is fun to keep on stacking them, right? They play something, you play something bigger, they play something bigger, it all escalates. The destruction of war. You really want a Wolverine Logan variant card? I'm sure they're on to it somewhere. We need the old man Wolverine, right? My opponent? You realized you played that to Machine World, right? So you just gave me a Nova and a 2/7 Carnage? Are you insane?
Clear for takeoff.
We play Death Demon. Then we can play our Nova Carnage quite happily. Why is the deck called Barrow? We think that the reason that we call Barrow, because Arrow is Bay, so it's Barrow. Mahjonging things into Warrior Falls is what you meant? Yeah, we go. Magnetoing things. I was like, Mahjong, sure, Mahjong, you have the tiles stacked in a pyramid. I was trying to make sense. They retreated. Dang it. Yondu or Iceman? Yondu is better because he's gonna discount death. We say Black Panther is underwhelming. It's a card that is effective and costed properly. It's not a massive meta changer necessarily, which is sometimes okay. Yeah, I would say that Black Panther wasn't power creep, right? James Morgan, thank you for the subscription. But Black Panther is pretty fun. He synergizes with some other good decks. The Black Panther Zola can be pretty disgusting. So he's good enough to play. He's not like below the meta, but he's not captaining his own deck forward. Ongoing decks in general seem to always beat on-reveal decks because they have the Cosmo, which means you can't counter them. Yeah, right now it feels like the ongoing is winning the battle between those two keywords. You need death so badly, pull Deadpool and Venom as your first couple pool 3 cards. Well, that's incredible, Melon Fox. I would go ahead and run it if you have the Taskmaster. Either look for the death or the Taskmaster and then run your Deadpool. Let's go for the Mysterio. Mysterio to Asgard. No, not Mysterio to Asgard. I'm gonna play Deathlock here. Something like this. Yondu can discount death. You did not know that? Yes. Yondu discounts death with that card he destroys. Isn't Yondu generally a bad card because it's thinning your opponent's deck? It is not necessarily a bad card. In general, I don't like him as opposed to other control cards. Some people like, they give you, what he's doing is he's giving you scouting information. You know a card that the opponent doesn't have. Now the opponent knows that as well, but it can give you information about what deck they're playing overall, even if it's not necessarily a desirable card for them or not like a key combo piece. You still get the information of what they're playing so you can better plan out for how to beat them. We'll play the Deathlock here. You really want to pull Wong Terrace? Oh yes, Wong like supercharges the on-reveal style, right? What's the difference between a disruptive deck and a control deck? Or is disruptive deck part of control? Interesting question. I'm not quite sure if card games have, like if they're just synonymous or not. There's a lot of different varieties of control here. I think that control limits cards that your opponent gets to the board. Disruption attacks the cards as they're on the board, is how I would split hairs. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily accurate to how the whole community talks about control versus disruption. Chat, how do you guys differentiate control versus disruption, or is there no difference? Good evening, man. What's the challenge for today? Artem, the challenge for today is trying to play around Warrior Falls, the new featured location. We're going to bring in our Nova. We can go Nova. Here's the thing. I can play Carnage. I don't need the wave because death is already free. So I think it is just... if death is already free, then do we play wave to be able to hold them back? Do we play something like the Yondu, something like the Demon? I want as many cards to be able to absorb the Nova buff as possible, but I also would like to play Arrow Death together next turn, and then I can't fit in the Carnage. So I think that I play it like this. Let's go ahead and snap. I feel like the opponent has no pacing. No tempo up against us. You shouldn't view decks by their keyword dichotomy. There's too many ways to build them. Same to you just use control because that's what they were called in Magic. Control to you is focused purely on control, whereas disruption in the game plan supplemented by control tools. Interesting. You're at a 400 collection level, just played against the Destroyer deck. It happens, Chazi, it happens. I think it's a fair distinction, Teddy, but you also agree with Tindy Kappa, focusing too much on the labels of a deck can be missing the forest for the trees a bit. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment overall, is that I'm actually going to be pulling the Captain America and the Fantastic away from Iron Man, which is very interesting here. Control and Disruption decks are effectively always going to have overlap in their game plan. Yeah, this would have been the brilliant Moon Girl opportunity. To me, Disruption is removing or slowing down cards for curve. Iceman Yondu, for example. Interesting. You feel like they fall under the same category of control. Disruption controls your opponent, plays directly, and counters them, while other control just controls the board in general. Gotcha. So control is the umbrella, and Disruption is a specific take. Dude, this final turn, how is he not retreating? It's a great question. He gave me 8 cubes. I mean, sure, the Spectrum is a big burst, but even if they had these other cards over at Asgard, it wasn't going to give them the win. Not nearly. No Kingpin in this deck. This deck is not running the Kingpin. The Kingpin combo is considered too inconsistent. You could run it. You could certainly run it. Try and set up the Kingpin early and then use the Arrow and the Magneto. But we're trying to use the Arrow and the Magneto not so much to destroy the opponent, but just to pull them away from the locations, parse them out, so that we're able to end up with the winning 2 lanes combo. I feel like I just hold Carnage. Well, what do we want to destroy? We want to be able to destroy Bucky. Is this the rare Tempo Carnage? I guess so. I'll play the Tempo Carnage. Is this my favorite CCG so far? Yes, this is my favorite one. Though I have played a bunch of them, and I do enjoy a lot of the other ones as well. I enjoyed Gwent quite a bit. I enjoyed Legends of Runeterra quite a bit. I did eventually get burned out on them. And now I'm here at Snap. And I've been playing it for like 5 months now, and I'm not burned out. So, I'm pretty happy with it. Let's throw in... Let's go Deathlock and then Yondu, honestly. I don't need him dying here. Is it important to have control of Warrior Falls early to mid, or do you just usually play something else there late? It depends on what kind of deck you're using. With this deck, or with the deck that we were playing previously, we were trying to use Deadpool to be able to get extra destruction triggers at Warrior Falls. I think grabbing control of Warrior Falls in the mid game is a good timing to be able to potentially destroy some of the opponent's smaller pieces. Otherwise, if you both are just swooping in at the last moment, a lot of the smaller cards could still just stay alive. And a lot of players also like putting kind of body blockers in place. Let's go with the Mysterio Killmonger, I suppose. I don't know, this one's not great. The Mysterio clone will be able to get the buff from Washington, D.C., but not being able to get the Winter Soldier, who would have been a 2/9 because of the Washington, D.C. buff, is pretty painful. Warpath in general is really great, also a great character in the 90s X-Force comics. Yeah, Warpath is solid. I love Warpath. What's sweet about like Warpath, I mean, he's one of the 4 drops, that once we get Zabu, it's going to be just 2 energy. It's wild. So you are going to be pulling nothing. The opponent has retreated again. I don't know, guys. This is doing pretty well. It's doing pretty well even when the opponent has Cosmo or Armor, which is the crazy thing. Is this Pool 3? Yes, Matthew. This is a Pool 3 deck. This is a fairly advanced deck. Mysterio, Wave, Arrow, Magneto, Death, Hood are all Pool 3 cards. So it's very Pool 3 heavy. I also feel like you can't tilt because like a lot of games, a lost game is done so fast you can't dwell on it. It would feel really silly to dwell on it. Yeah. The game helps you keep your mental very fresh, which I really appreciate for not burning out on the game. Oh shoot, lost cubes, then you go back and you win them back, exactly. Fire Ninja, been using the Destroy Dino, subbing in Lizard and Iceman, and you're up from 40 to 52. Oh my gosh, Fire Ninja. You're killing it, man. I love to hear it. Let's go in with the Bucky here. Hope that we get a nice destruction combo. We're just playing the exact same cards that the opponent is, but they have the carnage. Favorite card / card variant in terms of art? Alright, so the best base art in the game is, well, it depends on if you're talking art or animation. The best base art is Star-Lord. The best animation is Ghost Rider. The best variant is either the Flaming Skull Quinjet or it's the Wrestling Champion of the World Venom. Those ones are just so good. I guess we go Killmonger just to make some board space. And then wait. You'll have to try it, Jason. Yep. Bay Vision is the best in the game. Base Vision? Ace Vision is the best in the game? I mean, it was my avatar actually for quite a while. It's a good one. The best voice line is also Star-Lord. Yeah, that helps. Best animation is Ghost Rider if you don't count Galactus. Well, yes, Galactus is pretty amazing as well. You gotta give Galactus a flair for the dramatic. So then we go Carnage here. Pop these two. Should we go ahead and play the Demon behind? Probably. Because our goal on turn 5 is going to be to play Wave to slow the opponent down. Perfect time to slow them down with the double Sarah. Hang on. Double Sarah is going to mean that with Wave, their card's going to be only 2. Interesting. That's kind of annoying, actually. Let's see. I want all of these to be duplicated. Naruto's Villa, thank you for the follow. What pool is Bucky Barnes in? Bucky Barnes is in pool 2. Can Beast work in Dino Collector deck? Yes, he can, Peter. He's actually pretty good in the hand size deck. Is Punisher one of my favorite Marvel characters, or is it just the sick bandana? It's mostly the sick bandana. I do like the Punisher, though. It's a bit of a little of column A, a little of column B. Jubilee or Lockjaw? Man, that's a tough pick. Let's see here. Gosh. I mean, having the Magneto pull, there's nothing for him to pull. How is that possible? I don't know. Ah, they had the Killmonger to be able to open up space. Okay. So now, I mean, it lets me play the copied Magneto and the copied Death, which is pretty nice, actually. And then the Deathlock here is just an upgrade to the Wave. Though the order is important. Undo me. Do Deathlock first, please. There we go. Alright, we'll see how the chips fall. Do I read Marvel Comics? Which do I like to read if I do? So I've read House of M to be able to follow up on the WandaVision show, but that's honestly the only thing that I've read recently. Should you keep credits for tokens? We don't know if tokens will cost credits. My assumption, Granger, is actually that the credits are going to cost gold. Which pool is that? Pool 3. So if you want to be able to stockpile resources, it's totally an understandable play. It's probably a great one as well, just to be prepared for the future. If you're happy with your progression, stockpile up to the 5,000 limit. But my assumption is it's going to cost you gold to be able to get the collector tokens if you want to just buy tokens outright. Aren't tokens only from the collector's cache? They replace the boosters, right? We'll see. I think that there's going to be a way to buy the tokens as well, but they are the way that they are going to be accessible for free is through the collector's cache. Did I enjoy WandaVision? Yes, WandaVision was amazing. WandaVision had to be the best Marvel TV show, like absolute art. What rank is Pool 3 in general? It is so Pool 3 is based on your collection level, and it's from 474 to 3,000 plus. Death looks so OP, you wish you had her. Oh yes, Death is incredible. is also your favorite Marvel show? Fantastic. Not Loki? No, WandaVision was better than Loki. Loki came out promising that we were going to get this cool buddy cop drama between Loki and, what's the investigator? I want to say Morbius, but it's not Morbius. But then it went off into left field of just like this odd, awkward romance with the standard Marvel movie finale, and then it introduced its villain at the very last moment, too late to be able to give them any development. Mobius, thank you. I was all in for like a Marvel movie that was going to be because we had WandaVision that was like this homage to the classic sitcoms. It was actually a genre change for Marvel, and I was like, this was great. And then they're promising us this like buddy cop investigative drama. I'm all for it. And it's like you got 2 episodes of that, and it was good, and then you got 4 episodes of completely different. Not saying that I dislike Loki. I thought that Loki was a good show. Oh, I can't play because of the goose. Sure. Interesting. The wow guy. Wow. If you already have 5,000 credits, should you go to Pool 3 or wait for the token update? Oh, I would definitely spend the credits. I would not let the credits go to waste. If you're at the max, I would start spending. I guess what you're asking about, what rank do people play more Pool 3 cards? Talking about card pools and ranks are different. Your matchmaking is based on a bracket of your collection level. So you'll never play people that are too far outside of your collection level. Any Cyclops deck? Nope, Raviel. No Cyclops deck. Cyclops is not even desirable in the Patriot deck, which is the only one he had a chance of getting run in. So it's kind of sad, but that's how it goes. Why they have to let Wanda walk away at the end of the season, though? Straight up went villain for the entire show. I mean, they tried to retcon like her villain turn, or they tried to like capitalize on her villain turn in Multiverse of Madness, right? Daredevil is your favorite Marvel show by far? You know what? I've not actually seen the Daredevil Melon Fox. I should definitely catch up on that one. Didn't it get added to Disney Plus as well? Not putting Bucky in the danger room for the glory kill? Yeah, I want the glory kill. Let's see. I mean, I could play Wave early to be able to get Death down. But we could also just line up like Demon, Nova. Daredevil is amazing. This variant art for Mr. Fantastic is incredible. Far better than his card ability. If you have to have one non-Hulk vanilla card in your deck, what would it be? If I have to have one non-Hulk vanilla card in your deck, what would it be? It would have to be Misty Knight. Because Misty Knight at least plays on tempo, whereas all the other ones play under tempo. We will play the Mysterio, and then we will play the Wave. And the deck is firing on all cylinders. This is exactly the turn 6 that we want. You take A-Bomb? You guys are taking A-Bomb? Over Misty Knight? What? Jess Jones Season 1 is underrated. Most people haven't heard about it. I have not seen the Jess Jones show either. Oh, the Wasp! Yeah, the Wasp is the answer to the trick question. The Punisher show is the best Marvel slot, to be honest. And now it's canon in the MCU. Is it canon? Not all of the old shows have been made canon. Wasp is always on tempo. It's always above tempo. Oh, Shuri's Lab. Fantastic. We could see an all Wakanda location spread here. I think I'd still drop Nova. You know what? No, we'll play Nova to Shuri's Lab. We're not going to be able to capitalize on her getting the power doubled, but we're likely going to want to follow up with another card with Destruction, either the Carnage or the Deathlock. Or nothing. Didn't realize you can't use... oh, it was Streamlabs coming in with the language blocker. Could be. Daredevil has the best overall storytelling. Punisher is the most individual performance with John Bernthal. But it's better than WandaVision? I really liked WandaVision, guys. I really did. Got the Lizard. Let's play our... I mean, if we can wait on killing the Nova, that'll at least give us some buffs. So let's play our Mysterio here. Ready for Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania? Oh, yes. Quantumania looks like it's going to actually capitalize on some of the promise of Multiverse of Madness, of being like a true sci-fi world, right? Also paying off some of the setup from Loki. WandaVision was the most intriguing. Yeah, WandaVision had such a good kind of mystery unraveled there. Moon Knight was the best show? I have heard incredible things about Moon Knight. Nova or Blue Marvel? In terms of what we want to run here, I generally like the Nova better. But I'm kind of a beta snob, where Nova was absolute king, so I'm pretty biased. And in the beta, Blue Marvel was terrible, so I haven't fully reoriented my my internal calculus on how good the cards are, I suppose. WandaVision and Daredevil are the same top tier ranking for you. They're very different from each other. Yeah, it's hard to compare some of the shows when they have different tones, right? So they do line in with the Cosmo. This is where we want to play Wave. Okay, so we play the Wave. That will give us Magneto plus Death on the final turn. They seem to be playing something fairly similar. There we go, we're up to 16. Fantastic. Okay, so the finale is Death doubling. I mean, Mysterio will be bigger than the Cosmo. But then do I want... They're flipping first, so they would be able to get the buff from Shuri's Lab if they play in. Do I just play Magneto to Danger Room and hope as the best play? I could play to Cosmo. It will not pull any cards because the on-reveal ability would be blocked. Interesting. I think we played a Danger Room and we hope. Maximus. I was not expecting the Maximus. There we go. Love it. Guys, this is why Barrow is disgusting. This is why Barrow is so good. Magneto OP? Oh yes, Kaiser. The Magneto showing us how it's done. Oh man. Wanda is good, but the finale is kind of bad. The finale is a little bit all over the place, but yeah. Nova's your favorite Marvel character? Incredible. I've not actually seen any of the other storylines with Nova. Nova had some great runs in New Warriors. Really underrated Marvel character. I'll have to look into it a little bit more. Sliding Turtles, Turtle Man is back. I love it. Are they going to add new mechanics for cards like ongoing, etc.? What kind of game mechanic would I like to be in the game? In terms of new mechanics that I might like to see, the one thing I can think of is a card that would add... It would return a card your opponent had played to their hand. I feel like that's one of the mechanics that's in line with what has already been produced, but doesn't exist yet. That's kind of my one thing. Draw to Danger Room to guarantee the Shuri win? Exactly. Let's see, Urko. By the way, the streamer Hatrick raided yesterday on the Twitch side, just as we ended. Oh no, he raided right as we ended. Oh, I didn't see him. Well, I always appreciate the raid. You love move disrupting decks with Magneto, Polaris, Arrow, Kingpin. It's insane. And you also have the Nova. I have an invested interest in him in the animated Spider-Man series. Interesting, he's connected to Spider-Man. I didn't realize. This board is just getting choked up. I'm playing the demon, but I'm also hoping that we get the Killmonger to open up my board. Magneto is so fun. Oh yes, Magneto is wild. Did I watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Unfortunately, I did, Lord. Unfortunately, I did. And here we get our Killmonger. So this will be able to pop everything at Lemuria. We get the Nova buffs on Hood, Squirrel, and Killmonger. And then we roll in with Wave. If we draw Death, Death is going to be free. Nova and Annihilation Wave is so great. Replacing the boosters in the catches would be so amazing. It feels so bad getting them. Yep, MCH, what they're going to do is they're going to replace them with the new tokens. I'm excited to see Snap be fleshed out more with modes, cards, etc. Oh yes, I'm very excited for the future of the game. You were a counter, might be a little too strong. Would love to see them towards something more bounce mechanics, similar to Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It's obviously a very powerful effect. You'd have to be careful around implementing it, but I think there are ways it could be done well. Let's get the Mysterio Wave here. The opponent is playing our same deck. We're just running the mirror match. Oh, Professor X, okay. Never mind. It is a little bit different. Rip the demon. Yeah, we had to send the demon out. But I needed board space. Yeah, we drew right into the Killmonger. Fantastic. Ha. Well. If I play the Magneto here, we'll win at Central Park. And then we have the +5 Mysterio. But they're probably just playing Destroyer, right? I mean, they haven't snapped, so I'll watch. There we go. Destroyer goes off. Pop, pop, pop. Why don't people like Falcon and the Winter Soldier? You thought it was good? Falcon and Winter Soldier was just like all over the place. There's like a bunch of different fetch quests. The Power Broker, Twist. Like, Zemo was great in Falcon and Winter Soldier. There were good scenes, but I think a lot of people wanted to see more of Bucky, and we didn't get enough Bucky. That's what I think. Copy, how's it going? I'm doing great, man. Glad to see you on the stream. Yeah, now that you think about it, both Loki and Falcon and Winter Soldier promised the Buddy Cop show, and then neither one of them delivered exactly. And I will never forgive them. Is Null confirmed or just mined? I believe that he is only mined. I'm sure Luke Cage is a bouncing character. Nope. Luke Cage, rumored ability is that he will prevent your cards from losing power. Which is going to be Luke Cage and Hazmat. If Luke Cage releases in the state that he's rumored to be, Hazmat is going to be the meta. And I'm here for it. I've been a long-time Hazmat enjoyer. We'll go Carnage here. Ever watched Black Panther Wakanda Forever? Yes, Rafi, we got to see it. Me and the wife went to see Black Panther yesterday evening. So I think that a PvE mode would eventually get added, like Hearthstone and Runeterra. Doesn't jive with Snap Mechanic. It would be hard to add PvE. I mean, they already have the AI incorporated, so they have ways to be able to play around with it. You could do stuff like, I want to be able to grab some buff here from Stark Tower. You could have a puzzle situation where the opponent has a specific deck and board state, and then you have a specific hand, and you're trying to play things out in a way to be able to win an event kind of mission. But yeah, it doesn't really mesh up with the snap mechanics. We'll play Hood Deathlock. Do I want the Hood? I mean, I guess I want him just destroyed. Making death cheaper is better than making him just be a 0 over at Stark Tower. Do better, Senator. Yeah,
All
too political.
systems
That
go.
was kind of the take on Falcon Winter Soldier as well, right? When you had Falcon talking for like 5 minutes about how the politicians should do better, it just kind of I zoned out a little. Oh man. I'm feeling pretty good about this line.
Oh, snap.
Super Scroll is also kind of busted. I mean, they're all just rumored. We don't know that they're going to release in the state that they're in, but there are some pretty crazy rumored cards. Zemo is not in the game, that is correct. I have no idea what kind of card Zemo would be, because I feel like in the comics he has a fairly different personality than he does in the show. You would love a PvE puzzle mode? I think it would be fun just for some variety. You know, they just splash it in like for 1 week out of the season you have this PvE mode that's a specifically tailored challenge. I think it would be fun. Hang on. Yeah, so the card commands are just what Urko has added. That's exactly what they are. We have everything that exists. We have everything that is coming in the next couple months, and then we have a couple of the rumored cards. But the way it's set up is that we have to individually add every... Interesting. The Kingpin coming out of the hub is actually amazing. So we definitely Kingpin here. Is Destroyer a good deck to rank up? Oh, yes. Farmer, you have no idea. The Destroyer deck is incredible. Destroyer is one of the best, especially early pool 3 decks. Ooh, that Storm is a nice twist. Not going to be able to use the Kingpin then. I guess I play Killmonger. Yeah, Destroyer is fantastic. Played against Nick Fury for the first time last night. How good is he? Nick Fury is good in like a Dino deck or with the Collector, but otherwise I feel like that's his one niche. All the agent cards are still waiting for a card that is going to allow them to gain a power buff on the randomly created cards. Right now they have the Quinjet that makes them cheaper, waiting for something that will also make them more powerful. Let's see. Does the Magneto win? I mean, we're ahead. I don't know. They could also just play something to Warrior Falls that is able to tip the balance. Can we get Black Panther for free or just for the pass? Yeah, so you can get Black Panther for free in a couple months. Did you guys see that? My Kingpin has betrayed me. He killed my Magneto. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He Zola'd an arrow for the win on my Kingpin that was created by the hub. Do you think there'll be some cards in the future that make Nick Fury more viable? He's too iconic to leave him in the mediocre state that he's in right now. Yeah, I hope that he gets some updates. I really do. I think that we're just gonna play... We'll just play the Carnage for tempo. Well... I guess this way we're able to conserve some of the Yondu's power. I was just looking at Killmonger being able to destroy the 1-drops anyway, wanting to get the discount on the death. Bad karma? Yeah, bad karma. Farmer, thank you for the donation, man. Thank you. The donations help us so much be able to keep on going here at the channel. Its generosity is very much appreciated. Murder World going to kill the Carnage, which is really unfortunate for us. Guess I just go Killmonger. Killmonger and wait. Super Scroll has the ability of all ongoing enemy cards. Yes, if he releases in that state. Well, you did tell you were just going to use Kingpin on the last turn, just not the way that you expected. Exactly. Anactrical, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Pool 3 takes 5 to 6 months to complete free-to-play. Yeah, that's about right, CPA Gamer. That's why the game is great. You'll probably never have that happen again. So much variability between the games. Yeah, I don't think we're ever seeing that specific combo happen again. A Zola into an arrow into the stormed off Kingpin. Oh my gosh. That opens the question of how do you change him? Oh, how do you change Nick Fury? I don't know if Nick Fury is really going to get changed. Like, he's already... He makes sense in terms of the other agent cards. You got the Iron Man here. Then they're just going to play Spectrum, right? They play the Spectrum to be able to buff all of their buddies. Does the Magneto win? It's a shame that we just drew the wave, because then we could have played the Free Death and the Magneto together. We're gonna pull Captain America, and that's it, over to the mini lab. And they would likely play the Spectrum here as well. I don't know, I feel like this one's is a loss. We didn't end up with a way to be able to break the Bucky or the Nova. You're so tempted to pay and complete Pool 3 faster. 5 to 6 months seems lengthy. I mean, it's not too bad as long as you're playing with decks that you enjoy. But yeah, like if you buy the Battle Pass, it'll be able to speed you up a lot. Might be better to wait for tokens. That's true as well. If you just wait for tokens, it could be a lot quicker to collect through the pools, right? That could be our solution, or the solution that they offer us. What pool has the best one-cost cards? Pool 2. Pool 2 with a Sunspot is the most popular one-cost card. But then Pool 3 has Hood, and Hood is my favorite card overall, so... I guess I'll play Cable, and draw yet another card from his deck. Maybe I'll get some more synergies this way. Interesting. I get the Mantis, so it's all card draw. And then we have the Psylocke. Why are we playing Psylocke? I'm trying to read my opponent's mind as to how they constructed this crazy deck. Any good starter Pool 3 decks for Ultron? He was your first pull. Well, you can run Ultron alongside the Kazar and the Blue Marvel. And then if you can find some other nice cards like the Mojo would be quite good alongside him. I kind of want to just get rid of all this stack. And then do I play Angela or do I play Iceman? I think we go Iceman. Well, the efficiency on the Angela is just so good. But Ultron is going to be a little bit tough until you get Patriot. Sunspot is the beloved, exactly. Battle Pass takes 3 to 4 weeks off the completion time. Yeah, it helps speed you up a fair bit with the extra gold and the extra credits. What plan of Battle Pass you think is better, the $10 or $15? The 10. The $15 is like, if you want to spend money, go ahead. But it's not offering you an extra 50% of value. Not if you play consistently. The $10 pass is definitely the premium in terms of value. I guess I go Arrow. And Death... Yeah, Death Pool is in Pool 3. You can't stop climbing with Red Skull, Rich. I love to hear it. Red Skull's so good. Ha. I got the Odin as a finish. But why? Why is it so bad? Wave doesn't do anything good. Killmonger doesn't do anything good. The Odin is just 8 points. We're up by 2. Down by 2, down by 2. With only an 8-point play on the final turn. I don't like it. That's a retreat. Do I think Weird World has a point in the game? I think it's... The point in the game is that it's supposed to be interesting to casual players. But I feel like what it really does is just annoy everyone. I would kind of like Weird World just to get disabled eventually. Patriot pretty good with Ultron? Yeah, Patriot is incredible with Ultron. Okay, let's go with our Nova. What tokens are we talking about? We're talking about an unreleased feature. If you type exclamation point tokens in the chat, you'll be able to get the full breakdown. We're gonna go with the Mysterio. Sure, the Zero, the clone gets killed at Warrior Falls, but that's fine. Can you still play Mr. Negative without Psylocke? You can. Mr. Negative is not as good without the energy cheat. Well, I mean, the energy cheat is a high roll. You can run magic alongside to be able to extend the game length. You've got a lot of mitigating factors in the Mr. Negative list. Let's play the Bucky. And it's probably Killmonger. Killmonger, Wave, and then the Death. Yeah. Somehow you dislike District X more than Weird World, but you hate them both. Yeah, District X just being truly random. It's just a painful game because you don't get any synergies together. There's no fun combos. And then if you do happen to randomly get given any two cards that combo together, suddenly you're way better than your opponent and you just wipe the floor with them. And none of those options are all that interesting. Let's play the Deathlock here. You hate all the RNG locations, Weird World, District X, X Mansion. I'm okay with X Mansion. X Mansion flipping on turn 3, just the one card. It's unfortunate when the opponent gets something like way out of line with you. I wish that it gave both players a card of similar cost. But I don't know if that's necessarily better. I mean, cards of similar cost can still be incredibly different in terms of their power, right? Deadpool and Hood, Sunspot, have not rushed to find your last 4 pool 2 cards, one of which is Sunspot, whereas you want to get into pool 3 for both Deadpool and the Hood. Oh, you hate the Triskelion? I don't know, Triskelion gives you so many cards that the RNG starts balancing out, in my opinion. But I can see why it garners the hate as well. Let's see. If we play Wave and then Carnage, the Carnage will probably die. But I don't have a better place to play the Carnage. Ooh, Magneto, sure. Okay, Magneto wants to make this a war. Stephen G, thank you for the subscription, thank you. You hate when you get Agatha from Triskelion? Oh, yes. Well, also, Agatha on the Agent 13 is just like that 1 in 300 game. They're like, alright, well, now I surrender. Good X-Mansion give you Agatha once, instant retreat. Yep. The random Agatha appearances are very painful. And now I lose both of them? That's so bad. Let's play... I mean, the death to be able to flip Baxter Building is great. And I probably just want to stack all the power here. We're definitely going to lose Warrior Falls. The kicker is if we win Wakandan Embassy. Which, this is the Mysterio. To be able to get then the +3 from the Baxter Building would be a win. If we still win Baxter Building. Which we're putting 22 points there. Feel fairly good about being able to put down the 22 points. You love playing against Agatha decks because you spend most of the match going, what the heck is the opponent doing? And then suddenly being aware, yes. As soon as the Agatha comes out, you're like, I understand. You were winning a game with Weird World, but then got Agatha on turn 6 and she threw the game for you. It's so painful. Zoran, good to see you, man. Is Baxter Building Nexus a priority for power push, since you give the other locations free power? Exactly. I put Nexus. Nexus is obviously like the only location that matters in its games. The other one, giving the +3, you can play around, but it's pretty hard to surmount. 6 points. 6 points is a lot at both other locations. Can I play a deck with Rogue in it? Yes, we can. We could play a Mr. Negative deck. That'd be kind of fun. Mr. Negative is really the only deck that I would want to run Rogue in. We could go for it. What are you saving, Sound of Snow? Do we know if we reactively get the collector tokens, or do we have to be saving? Yes, you will not reactively get collector tokens. So the contents of your caches are determined when you unlock them, not when you open them. We'll play the Mysterio. You once had Bar with no name with a Nexus. That's where the puzzle really comes in, right, Adviat? You're like, okay, if I win the Nexus, then I lose Bar with no name. So what if I just win this other location instead? It's really fun. How do I have a tag under my name? I think that there is a, if you do exclamation point titles in chat, you'll be able to see the breakdown on how the titles work. It's a new mechanic. Favorite location animation? It's probably Limbo.
Opponent snapped.
All these Cosmos and Armors, they're just frustrating. I mean, I could play Deathlock in here. But Limbo, especially with the synergy with magic, doing the sword chop, and then it opens up with fire, and it hits the turn, and then just the animation of it overall looks great. Let us... Who is the Magneto gonna kill? Magneto would kill the Cosmo? That's actually pretty fun if we can get it over to the Warrior Falls in time. But right now, just the base Mysterio is going to be the one that gets killed. So do I want to play the arrow here, or do I want to play the arrow to pull in combat at Warrior Falls and start destroying some of these little guys? The opponent is obviously playing Spectrum with the Quinjet in there. So they're going to get a nice buff to this location anyway, +4 up to 18. Playing Arrow here is not over 18. So I think I do play Arrow to Warrior Falls. Yeah, Sliding Turtles, they added them. Who controls the game when Ego and Agatha are present? I believe it's Ego. Mine is Bar with no name. Funny to see the bartender eye you down while saying, I wouldn't do it. The animation, I don't like that Bar with no name keeps on spamming the noise though. That just kind of annoys me. Alright, let's get the cable in here. Or let's get the Magneto in here. That way we pull the Cosmo across, we kill the cable, we're ahead. Okay, Chavez, sure. That was it? You only have a Chavez? What? We should have snapped. Chat, we should have snapped. Ben Brode logs into your account if you get Agatha or Ego. Yeah, Ben Brode logs in and starts taking control. Okay, let's do one more Barrow, and then we will trade out decks again. We also grab some of our missions here. Yeah. Complete daily missions is donezo. Oh, Collector's Pass. Season Pass. Nikia boosters. There we go. Hey Joe, what's the opinion on how to best progress the accounts in Snap? Well, if you want to spend money, the most efficient way to spend money is on the Battle Pass. If you want to spend gold, the most efficient way to spend gold on progressing the account is on mission refills. Because it gives you the premium conversion of gold into credits, but then it also gives you a little bit of progress on the Battle Pass. And once you max the Battle Pass, you'll be able to get some of the battle, what is it called? Season Pass caches that have extra bonus resources for you. How about a budget Doc Ock deck? Just pulled him yesterday. We could play some Doc Ock. I do love me some Doc Ock. The opponent playing our exact same deck. But they have the Angela. Angela a little bit better than the Bucky Barnes here. Because if we play Killmonger, then the Nova pops are kind of wasted. I guess I'll play Mysterio and wait. Daddy, nice to see you. Good to see you as well. Glad you made it onto the stream. What do I think? I'll do another viewer submitted deck stream. It will probably be towards the end of the season. Right now we're doing them at the end of every stream. We get a viewer deck in. Let's go Hood here and then pop him with the Killmonger. Would I rather have Killmonger removed or Rhino removed from Marvel Snap? Rhino. Killmonger is essential to be able to hold Zoo in check. We have to have Killmonger. Now, should Killmonger be nerfed? Probably. Killmonger at 3 power is pretty strong. So if we drop his power down, I still think he's played very happily. Okay, I think this actually turned out pretty well for us. They've got the Daredevil now. So... how did I get... oh, I did play... wait. The Mysterio illusion that played the Sinister London tried to copy itself as well. Okay. I'm following now. That's weird, but it is a thing that happened. Let's play our Death over here. And then do we play the Demon as well? The Demon lines up Jess Jones, Magneto coming in. The opponent, are they actually playing Infinite? Is this actually the full pass? Or are they going to play, like, Hobgoblin? You feel like Killmonger should cost 4? Then he'd be on the same price point as, like, Shang-Chi and Enchantress, right? So it'd be pretty similar. How do you play around Daredevil if he knows your next move? You don't play around him. You just let him know. That's kind of my opinion. You just let the Daredevil happen. I mean, I feel good about this one. We're gonna snap. We're gonna play the Magneto. And then I'm gonna go refill my water. Be back in a sec. Oh, baby. Taking the 8 cubes from him? They gave us the full 8 cubes? Looping Moon is not a chair stream. Come on, I wasn't gone for that long, guys. I was not gone for that long. Alright, guys. Question. Is this the best deck in the game? MarvelSnapZone.com seems to think this is the best deck in the game. I don't know if it really is or not. But it was very strong. The ability to have just the efficient plays out of the destruction cards and then being able to come in with the Magneto and the Arrow to exert the controller disruption over the opponent depending on your semantics. Very fun. It does seem very good. Maybe just not my playstyle? Not my playstyle, I climbed up to rank 86. You're still climbing? Oh, hang on. Change this over. Wait. There we are. You just got barrowed 3 games in a row? I'm sorry, Vaughn. Were any of them me? Why do I not upgrade the cards? What do you mean not upgrade the cards, Pity? I've upgraded most of my cards. I like them at gold. I think that the gold border is the most beautiful border. Just messing around. We stay on the chair through. I've seen many decks to claim to be the best deck, so you just mix it up with different decks. Yeah, I don't think that, the meta is not solved, right? Nobody can say, like, this deck is actually the best yet. We haven't had tournaments, we haven't had friendly play. So the testing is just your experience on ladder. And right now, there's just a lot of high tier decks. Been using my video as the only source of info and the Destroy Dino deck. I'm glad it's helping you, Melvin. How do you get better at this game? Seems like getting constantly outplayed. It's just experience. You'll be able to, once you learn what your opponents are likely to try to do, then you can come in and do a lot better against them.
Avengers! Assemble.
It's all about being able to predict matchups. The 2 rocks fighting each other? You think snapping correctly is more important than playing the best deck? Yes, also. Mastering the snap mechanic is really how you can start to climb in the game. That's definitely the way to go. I do want the hood, but then I think I go Viper, and hopefully we punch the hood across, but we'll see. This game has a very high skills cap since there is no meta deck. Yeah, the meta seems wide open, and the snapping fundamentals are so important to being able to climb or not. Don't drink water, fishes have... What? No, we gotta have the water. The water keeps us going.
Opponent snapped.
Honestly, super excited for when you get Debris. Yes, Debris seems like she's just super fun. So we got the Warpath here. The opponent has snapped. I'm not worried. Doc. The goal is to be able to pull a slew of cards that are not necessarily ready to combo together to Warrior Falls. Oh! Anyway. Now we are winning Warrior Falls. And then... it's all about Lemuria. I can put down 13 points. We're up by 7, but we're down by 9. Hang on. We'll be at 16, which would tie a Destroyer play. So we lose to Destroyer, right? No, but we're getting +2 on the Sunspot, taking us up to 7, meaning we'll be a dead tie? Do they have something better than Destroyer? Can Sarah be integrated into pool 2 decks? Yeah, Sarah could be. Well, you want to change them around. Sarah wants to play with more 3-drops and 2-drops. The water comment is an Archer meme. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rich. Melvin asked what I did yet. Hang on. Been getting Wasp, Yellow Jacket, Typhoid Mary, Crystal. Pool 3's been brutal, pulling straight garbage for caches. Yeah, I've actually had incredible luck on what I've pulled in terms of Pool 3 cards. We were able to get... I can give you guys a rundown. Well, no, it's not on this account. The other account had great luck on their Pool 3 pulls. Honestly, Debris would be better if it was Debris, but instead of rocks, it's ninjas. I mean, yes, it would be better if it was ninjas, but it's good enough as it is, right? Are you saying that Debris is weak? Because I do not feel like Debris is weak. I think if there was a meta, it would be a deck that doesn't get affected by most of the locations. So far, a lot of the locations change the plays of most decks, yeah. So far, the locations are balanced fairly well to force you to adapt, right? Which I feel like is an excellent thing for the game. With the small board here, Sanctum Sanctorum, keeping us from being able to play to the 3rd location, is really ideal for this deck, with the Green Goblin and Debris able to take away a number of spaces from the opponent. Also, Olympia plus Nova Roma means that the Maximus doesn't matter. Let's just send the green goblin on over. Carnage mid would have gotten a win. I mean, yes, but any card mid would have gotten a win. In hindsight, with the Sanctum Sanctorum flipping. Would have been funny if I did magic and skipped the buff sunspot to win the other locations. Yes, that would have been great. But would I have made it? I still... hang on. I wouldn't have been able to... if I played magic... if I played magic, I only would have tied the Professor X. So then I don't think that putting all the power on Sunspot would have actually won the game. Let's see, have I seen KM Best's new deck? Any thoughts on its viability? Is this the Barrow deck? Or is it something else? Lewis, thank you for the subscription. What is KM Best advertising now as his new deck? Is it on YouTube? Does he have the same... it's like... hasn't he changed his name a couple times? Or is he KM Best on YouTube as well? Let's go with the Mojo. Melvin, you'll have to fill me in on what the deck you're talking about is. Let's go with Green Goblin? Yeah. This one we have to, the matchup we have to be careful with. In the self-destruction deck, they're effectively playing a counter matchup to us, but the one card that we have against them is the Doc Ock, well, two cards, and the Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi does very well. Let's go ahead and play Hood, Sunspot, pass. What does Maximus do? If you type exclamation point and then the name of any of the cards, you'll get their full breakdown. Maximus draws the opponent cards. Okay, let's see. Not Santorum, matched before with Destroyer. I played Carnage, then Maximus, then Demon, and win. Gotcha. Well, I'm too far ahead to be able to remember the exact order of play, but it would have been fun. Now I do want to play the Doc Ock. Well, do we play the Doc Ock or do we play the Magic? Honestly, let's play the Magic to stretch things out. We can target the Carnage with the Shang-Chi, which is already in our favor. If we can get the Mojo to be able to win Stark Tower, could be in a good spot here. Regards from Germany, well, thank you. The international chat is always incredible. The reach of the channel has been amazing. Nah, they do get to wipe away the Green Goblin. And Christian, thank you for the subscription. Hello from Singapore. Awesome, Melvin.
All systems go.
Not sure if it's Barrow. Barrow was the one with Death and then Arrow. Okay, let's go with the Doc Ock. Doc Ock, Demon. Yeah, try and put some pressure on them here. That's a version White Tiger, Heimdall. A lot of options. Nightcrawler is just still good. Interesting. Are you also running? Are you running Miles Morales in that looping mode? Ranked rewards such as card bags, avatars will become available to get some other way after the season ends. They will not. The season rewards are exclusive to that season. Okay, so this will let me kill the Carnage. And that will drop, that will be a 13-point swing, which will tie. What is with all the ties? I could alternatively... I'm down by how many? 5, 6? 6 points. And then we're putting 20 points on the board right now. I mean, 20 points on the board here is good. But I don't know if they win. I feel like you just accept the 13-point deficit, and then you hope that the max is big enough. It's tight. They have their own Shang-Chi, and the death. Oh, okay, well, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, Urko linked the deck, fantastic. Ooh. Botan, thank you for the subscription. There's not a deck, it's just a list of Nightcrawler alternative. Interesting, okay. You just have to take those easy cubes. Do I think it would be good for the game if they make turn 7 permanent? No, I don't, Joe. I think that the game is thriving right now on being so snappy, so quick, so short, and then the 6 turn and the 6 turns and the amount of energy that you're allotted is really affecting the game balance. And everything is balanced around it right now, so they'd have to really retool a number of things if they added a permanent 7 turn. Oh, Urko, I linked it. Alright, let's see here. Yep, go to site. The Devil Dino. So he's playing Nightcrawler, Angela, Daredevil, Scarlet Witch, Sentinel, Cosmo, Moongirl, White Queen, Devil Dino, Professor X, Arrow, and then Leader. So he's loving the Arrow right now. Being able to probably debris for us here. I think I still want the debris. So KM is really loving the Arrow for control, the Professor X for the lockdown. You do have the Daredevil to be able to hit. It's running some of the control package of the Destroyer, but then instead of Destroyer, you have the Devil Dinosaur, and you have Leader, and you have Arrow for some control. It seems pretty fun. I think it would be a very solid list. Take me back to live. Alright, Shang-Chi, excellent. Then I just go Mojo here, plus... Well, do I want the Mojo? Filling up that location might actually be challenging. We'll see, we'll see. Favorite variant set? My favorite variant set has to be the, I mean, you gotta give it to the symbiotes, right? The symbiotes are so much fun. No, Arrow would not be a must-have in that deck. You could run any other 5-drop, I think. Magneto on your turn 6 Dino deck is so much fun and unexpected. Yeah, Magneto is just a good turn 6 alternate in almost any situation. You kill yourself with Destroyer too often? Terrence, how is this possible? Do you not have all of the protection cards? Everybody likes to run all 3 of like Cosmo, Armor, and Professor X to be able to protect their pieces. I feel like if you do that, then you should be safe. Okay, so then we go Viper. Viper, Snap, Shang-Chi. They will eventually pick Limbo as the featured location one day. I don't think they will.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright. They have set up flooding. We're ahead everywhere. And then we grab our beautiful max. We get an extra 4 power on the sunspot. But yeah, we already snapped. Call it a game. I love this deck. Doc Ock. Doc Ock with all the other control on the board. It's so much fun. If you're looking for a more budget version of this list, then you can run the Spider-Woman. Because the idea is that Doc Ock is pulling in a bunch of cards, and then you can either use the Spider-Woman to swing the power level of them, or you can use the Shang-Chi to be able to kill any of the big bodies that they bring in.
Victory.
What other games do I enjoy to play besides Snap in my spare time? I don't have any other spare time to play different games right now, but I am looking forward to Marvel Midnight Suns. I'm looking forward to, honestly, I'm looking forward to the, what's the Harry Potter games called now? Hogwarts Legacy. So Marvel Midnight Suns Hogwarts Legacy. I'm looking forward to Winterfrost, which is a little deck building roguelike single player game that I played a demo for. There's a couple different things that I'm looking forward to. Mojo seems so good. Mojo is wild. I hope they make Silver Surfer OP. Well, Slade, I've got good news for you. The rumor of Silver Surfer is that he is going to be a 3/0 with an on-reveal ability, give all other 3-cost cards plus 3 power. Which seems insane to play alongside Wong and Odin and anything with... basically, he's going to be a cheaper Sarah and just wipe the floor with everybody. Midnight Sun's definitely excited for that. Oh, yes. Is that like the Spire? Yes. It's the same genre as Spire, but it will have, I think, some significantly different mechanics. Would I want to see any buffs or nerfs to big meta tech cards? What do you mean by big meta tech cards, Zuka? I would like to see... I'm so glad that we flipped first here with our Green Goblins going. I would like to see... Oh, but then I get left with 3 of them? Oh no. We've been betrayed. No! It's so bad. And then all the carnages copy each other. And we get the one with a little spinning loading wheel. Sure, sure. Keep going. There you go. Great. I mean, sure, I can play Carnage. You know what? We're not gonna retreat. We're gonna tough it out. It was very bad, but we're gonna tough it out. We have the Shang-Chi. We have the Doc Ock. I'm saying there's a chance. Now we just get to watch this animation play out over and over again. But yeah, the buff for like the most prevalent cards, or the nerf to the most prevalent cards, I feel like is Killmonger getting turned down a little bit. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the game balance right now. Is Hobgoblin better since it packs a bigger punch, or is Green Goblin good since it's cheaper? I generally approve of Green Goblin over the Hobgoblin being cheaper. I put more value on being cheaper than the power. So now we've got the 10-10s facing each other. Jotunheim is decomposing. I think that we go Doc Ock to Jotunheim. I feel like that's our line. Because then it fills in the location, right? They're going to be losing more power than us every turn. Our finish is the Shang-Chi to kill the Carnage. There's a chance. Isn't it Wild Frost, not Winter Frost? Yes, Wild Frost. Wild Frost is the game. It's from Something Fish. Whoop, sorry. Who are the developers? From Chucklefish, I think. Beardy Grizzly, good to see you on the stream. So they use the arrow against us, hey? Does the Shang-Chi... Well, I could win Bar Sinister with the Shang-Chi, but I don't win anywhere else then. Because I can't fit in the max. Ah, bummer. That one seems very interesting with our Green Goblin into the Bar Sinister. I thought that we were poised for success. Thought everything was lining up our way. Green Goblin can fulfill the same purpose, but for less though. Yeah, exactly. Bar Sinister feels like the rate up since you saw it so many times. Yeah, after it was the featured location and everybody got so burnt out on it, it's like, oh, hello, old friend. Let's go Sunspot. They've got the Nightcrawler. We want to line into Mojo and Green Goblin. Warrior Falls. Okay. So we do play the Mojo. Obviously, Green Goblin is useless at Warrior Falls, so just die. That Scorpion actually made our Green Goblin better. Oh, but I could play Hood Viper. Interesting. I think I don't. So Viper Hood would be a better combo because it is then producing the demon in hand. But I'm playing it out this way because we're going to reshuffle our hand and then we wouldn't necessarily be able to make use of the demon. Well, now we definitely play the Viper. Oh, it's so cheeky. Currently having fun with Sarah Control, but you do prefer Discard Destruction. Discard Destruction is a very fun hybrid. Still struggling to get to rank 40. Any advice? Beardy Grizzly, my advice would be to really be tactical in your snaps and your retreats. If you're finding that when the opponent is snapping, you're losing a lot of those matches, retreating is probably the way to go. It's not very glamorous, but it's the way the game is set up. Let's go Doc Ock. That's what really helped me start climbing the most, was when I started being a lot more tactical with my retreats. Because I was a very aggressive card player otherwise, and I was like, I want to see him, I want to make him have to show me the goods. But people don't really bluff and snap. People just, they snap if they legitimately have a solid hand, and then you have to evaluate, okay, my opponent really does think, like take opponents as honest when they're snapping. Like, okay, they think they have a good hand. Do I have a very good hand to be able to go up against them? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. At first, would it be easier for opponent to get rid of Green Goblin? Yes. The mechanics that get rid of the Green Goblin are about the same as the ones that get rid of Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin is so dangerous. At turn 5, they could fairly reliably just fill up the location. Is there a deck that utilizes both Green and Hobgoblin? Yes, Josie, it is the Destroyer deck. If you play Destroyer, you usually play both of the Goblins. You've been getting so frustrated with Pool 3. You're getting garbage cards and going against decks with superior cards. It's becoming annoying. And it'll balance out fairly quickly, Scott. You'll be able to make yourself a solid list. Interesting. So we pulled all of their stuff over to Flooding, and then Arrow pulled Doc Ock away. Sure. Putting extra power on the Sunspot won't fix it. And then the Bifrost is also looking pretty bad. I feel like this is a retreat.
Escape.
Double Gob now, oh yes. Which deck would I recommend to climb in this meta? In this meta, I mean, Destruction is very good, Discard is very good. If you have a well-defined, well-fleshed-out list of either Destruction or Discard, you're going to do solid. And then Control is always good to be able to climb with. If you have a good understanding, if you feel like you're good at predicting the opponent's plays, then Control is solid. You really like your Hella deck? Hella deck is also super fun. You got Leader and Sarah, and they're fun cards. Oh yes, they're great. Looping Moon, you bluff, it's fun, but it's way too risky. I feel like most often people don't think that you are bluffing. So the opponent immediately snaps off of the peak. That could be a mind game. What has happened to us? We've lost Max. We've lost Green Goblin. Viper got worse. Magic got better. Interesting. I don't have any... Well, let's see how it goes. And then there's people who snap before they even draw. Yeah, the turn 1 snap... Then it's just they want to play for high stakes. They've got their Electro. They're hoping to be able to destroy the Electro at Warrior Falls, which is a clever idea. Let's go ahead and play the Hood, which will delay them in terms of when it gets destroyed. There's the Lizard. So that's what they want to have kill Electro. But instead the Hood is going to die here. Then we can play our magic. And then the demon. Once you get to rank 40, you're happy. No need to grind anymore. There you go. It just takes the pressure off, right? You just set your goals. What makes Doc Ock good? Doc Ock is going to be able to break up the opponent's combos. And it's also going to be able to show us... it's going to fill up their locations. Choke them out of being able to play additional cards. We can potentially kill the cards that get pulled with the Shang-Chi. There's a lot of applications for how we want to use Doc Ock here. And right now what I want to use is Doc Ock to pull a bunch of stuff to Warrior Falls that'll get destroyed over the next couple turns. And then I immediately play Green Goblin, right? Because Green Goblin will just die. I guess I hang on to him then. Turn 1 snap is only when Ego appears. But I don't want to snap on Ego. Ivan, thank you for the subscription. And Gosuping, thank you for the follow. We've been using Devil Dinosaur on round 5, then Mystique on round 6. Play any cards left over, which add extra cards to hand like Sentinel. It's a great list. The Mystique is so good. Ooh, they got the Giganto down. Interesting. How is White Tiger? Oh, White Tiger got buffed from the peak. That's one of the reasons that they snapped. Yeah, things are looking pretty solid for them. I kind of like... Let's see. So we're going to kill the Lizard and the White Tiger together. And then the Giganto would kill my Doc Ock. But my Shang-Chi could kill the Giganto instead. The Shang-Chi could also try and kill the Devil Dinosaur, but I don't think the Devil Dinosaur is ever going to get back to the full hand size. The Debris would wait. We'd have a turn of just killing rocks. And then we'd be able to kill the White Tiger Lizard. I guess I do want the White Tiger Lizard to die. Tough. Fazatu, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna play the Mojo. Man, I don't know. Maybe it is just the Debris. Okay, let's see how this goes. Waterfalls only works with cost? What do you mean? Always snap on 1, because worst case is they'll retreat. Well, the worst case is then you get a bad draw, and then they beat you up. Ooh, Doc Ock is going to kill all of these. That is wild. But how do we win elsewhere? I don't think that the Devil Dinosaur is going to be large enough to get killed. And then we still lose to the Giganto, but it will even up things in terms of a margin of victory quite significantly. I don't know, we never got a great hand here. Do we think the opponent has anything that replenishes the hand? They flip first. Is the Devil Dinosaur actually going to be big enough to kill? I mean, probably not. Yeah, we'll bamf out. We'll bamf out. White Giganto didn't kill Doc Ock. They were fighting something else, weren't they? Then they have a little... We had a rock. The Bree put a rock there, so the rock died instead of all of their 5 costs. You look for a budget Death deck. She seems like an archetype of her own. Yeah, Death is incredible. With the Destruction synergies, she's just so good. Ooh, I love seeing the Ninja. We'll be able to play the Viper, kick the Ninja across. And then, I mean, Black Widow, Mojo, game plan coming together. Yeah, the Debris play probably was a bad idea. I don't know. We were trying to meter out when the destructions were going to happen and then have the Shang-Chi come in to kill the Giganto once all the 5 costs, or the 5 powers had been taken care of. But then it delayed things too long. Let's play our Viper. Yeah, Death Wave is definitely at the top of the meta right now. If you have Death and you have Wave, play them. Very, very good cards. Especially in combo. Don't get me started on the rant as to why that interaction is messed up. Let's play the debris. And snap. This is exactly what the deck wants to have happen. Because then this location is going to be locked out for the opponent at -2. And we're winning it with just Viper. Unless they play there now, which also, on turn 3, I'm not worried about what they can play. Ah, Deathlock opens it back up. Okay, so they do have a chance. Let's play. Well, if you just played your Deathlock, how would you like to have Green Goblin? Living Moon, you heard me the last 3 rants. Add Moon Girl to double the death? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Doc Ock to the sewer system is fun. Being able to give them all the -1. Though then it'll make it harder for Shang-Chi to smack them. We could also simply extend the game with magic. I think we wait. We'll play magic and bide our time. There we go. Love the limbo animation. Ah, they do have the storm. Okay.
Aid my hand.
Storm plus armor. Interesting. I wouldn't mind playing the Black Widow hood and then something like the Mojo here. It puts a lot of pressure on the opponent with only 3 spaces to fill. And then it's sacking flooding. So it's saying that we're going to win the rest of these locations. We don't really have a great way to be able to win flooding though. So I think that we purposefully sack it. Is Zola? Zola the Green Goblin. I mean, that was such a gamble. That was such a gamble. They need to make this game to where you can play with friends. Yeah, they really do, Buckner. They're promising to add that by the end of the year. Limbo animation got changed? Yeah, the Limbo animation got upgraded. When I get Wave, then I'll make the deck. You have a budget destroyer, super fun with the Moon Girl. That's awesome. Why would Debris throw a bunch of ninjas around? Was somebody talking about that? Oh, somebody said that Debris would be better if she threw ninjas instead of rocks, right? But it doesn't make sense thematically. I guess it would make sense if rocks were a -2 power. They changed rocks. By the way, TVA and places that fills your deck with rocks are the most anti-fun places. Yeah, getting the deck filled with rocks so that it's just less consistent is not that fun. Zola Goblin was a coin flip. Yeah, because if they got the Deathlock, then they were going to be really hurting. And also, if I completely filled up any of the locations and the Goblins had stayed on their side of the board, they also would have been really hurting. Like, that was wild. Wild. Korg getting a massive buff. Yeah, if rocks were -2, Korg would be insta-played and everything, right? So I don't care if I give the opponent an extra card draw if they have to shuffle it away immediately. Dwayne Johnson's in the game? Exactly, he's the one DC crossover. He's the precedent for having DC crossover. I encountered so many crazy plays today. Yep, we've had some wild ones. Okay, okay. It's a lot of rocks. Sephirox, how's it going, man? Good to see you on the stream. Melon Fox, you like having the TVA when you can counter it with the Storm? Yeah, when you can turn it off, it can have some surprise factor. The opponent has played their hand out already. How are we winning mid? We're obviously winning Adelan. We're putting all of Sunspot's energy onto it. They got the Gamora. I actually would have wanted the Gamora to be able to score so that I could kill with the Shang-Chi. 4 rocks.
Escaped.
Let's see, do I still have it? Have you guys seen that there's alternate art for rocks? No, I don't have it anymore. Has anybody in chat seen the alternate art for the rocks? There's like a canyon. You see a rocky canyon instead of the rock. You've been playing this game since it launched. Still don't have half the cards yet. Need a lot more trying to get there. Yeah, the collection is, I mean, it's steady, but it takes a couple months. The hierarchy of the Marvel Snap universe is about to change. Let's get the sunspot. I'll see if I can, okay, let's see. If I go to the Discord, I might be able to pull it up. I sent it in the Discord like days ago. Let's go Black Widow. Okay. General. And then if I search by my name, I should be able to see all my own messages, right? Let's go Green Goblin. No, it doesn't show all my own messages. Oh no. Alright, I'll have to dig later to be able to show off the alternate art of the rocks. Wait, there's a Discord? I'm talking about the official Discord. Not a channel-specific one. Okay, let's see. Sephirox wanted to know when the best time to start Pool 3 collection. Start it now in the mid-time of the season. It's a great time to be able to collect in. Imagine getting TVA and your lowest cost card is a 3-drop. Yeah, that would hurt so much. Do you get it through a Korg variant? No, it just random. It was a bug. It was obviously a bug, basically, to be able to see the variant card. Viper, if you hit, there's no way you hit, right? The opponent's gonna wait. But if you hit, it could be so good. You've had so many brain farts today that cost you cubes playing Mystique and Cosmo. Lane, yeah, that's one of the big ones, right? Teddy, I've been having a hard time at work lately, and the channel's a wonderful bright side. Thank you. You seem like a great dude to get some cheese curds and drink with. Well, Rich, if we ever cross paths in the real life, we should definitely do that, man. It'd be great. I'm gonna go Doc Ock and pray. But then I can't score the mojo. Oh, it's so rough. You were just thinking, won't they eventually run out of Marvel characters? You looked it up, apparently there's over 8,000 characters. Yeah, Jordan, they've got a long way to go. Debris reminds you of other cards that you want in the game? Yeah, it'd be fun. Well, there we go. Close, 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 close. Just travel north to the snow and I'll find you. All right. We are going to run our raffle for the viewer deck submission. So, here we go. Instructions in chat on how to be able to submit. It only works on the YouTube chat. If you type !my list, spacebar, the number of raffle tickets you want to get, the winner will be selected in a couple minutes. Then you'll be able to enter your deck in chat and I'll play it on stream. We'll play a couple games and that will be the finale for the stream today. There we go. I'm seeing the submissions. Fantastic, fantastic. Since going into Pool 3, you feel like you can't make any progress. Any suggestions for decks? It really depends on what you have. The early... I think I will play the Mojo here. The early, like the good Pool 2 lists are still good in early Pool 3. So Devil Dinosaur is still good, especially if you can find a couple upgrades for him, like the Quinjet. Or the... am I calling Nick Fury an upgrade? I might be calling Nick Fury an upgrade. or if you can find some of the cards that just individually hold together a great list, like the Destroyer, or Hela, or Patriot. Some decks like that can live and thrive on just a single pool 3 card. Alright. The Green Goblin might actually help them at Mojo World, who knows? Is it better to wait for credit cap before stepping into pool 3? I think you just do it at your own pace, Sephirox. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to wait, I wouldn't say. Because you're always going to be playing people within a collection bracket of you. Getting rid of the Green Goblins feels important. We'll try it. We're always going to be playing people in a collection bracket to you, so if you're just waiting to stockpile at the end of Pool 2, you're going to be playing people that have the beginning of Pool 3 already, so just crossing over here in the mid-season to be able to start building your decks, getting them together, I think will help you out overall. Teddy, will I ever play Agatha Hela discard deck? I will, Slade. I built one, I guess it was like a month ago, and we did play it on stream. It was quite fun. I think it's very funny. Let's play Magic because we're really hoping to be able to find Shang-Chi to get the kill on their Carnage, and then this one as well. Bayonet, yes, you get points just by watching. So the points are loyalty points for viewers. If you're active in chat, you get some bonus points. If you subscribe, you get some bonus points. Things like that. And it looks like we have 1 more minute on being able to submit in the YouTube chat to be able to get your list entered to get played on stream. So they cancel us, eh? Without the Shang-Chi, I don't think that we have a way to be able to win Sinister London here. Unless they are actually running Destroyer, in which case, even if they were running Destroyer, I think they would have beaten us, because the Doc Ock could have pulled Destroyer, and then Destroyer would have gotten a buff from the Nova, but then would have destroyed itself with a second Destroyer. I don't know. That one's an odd one. Opponent snapped and then used Doc Ock to Warrior Falls, pulled Shang-Chi, Death, and Enchantress. Well, you played Red Skull? That's so good. They bailed. I love it, Rich. Ooh, we get another Warrior Falls opportunity. I love it. Alright, the entry is about to close, and it is done. We will pick our winner. Sephirox! Sephirox, you have won. Alright, Sephirox, so I have a chat with just you here. If you enter your list in chat, then I'll build it on stream here, and we'll play it for a couple games as our finale. Do they reset every stream? No, they carry over every stream. Your loyalty points are stored by the Streamlabs bot, and they carry over. Let's see. I love getting anything in to mess with Invisible Woman lane, so we're gonna go Debris here to Warrior Falls. Alright. So now they have the rock. Now admittedly it's a buffed rock by Washington DC, but we've got that as well. Let's go with the Green Goblin to keep on screwing with the Invisible Woman. And snap, because I don't think that the opponent is going to be enjoying this very much. Now we could play the Doc Ock effectively for free because they're not going to get anything. But part of the point of the deck was I wanted to play Doc Ock to Warrior Falls to get some destructions out. You have only pool 2 decks, but would love to see a pool 3 version of this deck. Alright, sounds good. Or I can bounce over to the other account and play the pool 2 deck. Alright, let's see what we get. We get the Sandman, sure. We get their Debris, why not? That gives us another powerful... We get a Hobgoblin, which will just die. And we get a Wave. That's so good for us. Okay, so we're ahead, and we are destroying their Sandman, pushing us farther ahead. So then it's just max, and add with it. Ooh, do we think whatever this card is behind the Invisible Woman that it actually wins? It can't possibly win, right? Especially not if we play the max to then score the mojo. Okay, what do they have? What do they have? Why do they snap? What are they doing? At the Ultron. Ultron does win Warrior Falls by 1. Then we tie. Oh, the Blue Marvel. Oh, man. Wow. Good game to the opponent, honestly. Well played. The huge Ultron swing. Sanctum Sanctorum to play our Sunspot. Yeah, losing to Ultron does feel bad. Not what I was anticipating at all. The Mojo animation is very fun, especially because it nails the sound effect. How they played Blue Marvel so early. Was it too early? I didn't feel like it was too early. Domi, thank you for the subscription. Have I ever come across the name Da Bandit? That's you? I don't think I've ever played Da Bandit. We'll go Green Goblin here. The goblins at Sinister London are always just so good. Yeah, Mega Mind BM inside the Invisible Woman. Am I going to make a video for a deck on Warrior Falls? I mean, maybe. I feel like the videos that are for specific hot locations never do that well. The deck that I would recommend is playing Deadpool, just because it gives you another way to be able to rack up additional destructions. Let's go ahead and play the max. I don't mind if they get a bunch of cards here. Thoughts on Black Bolt? He really needs a buff. Because the idea that you're discarding the opponent's cheapest or the lowest energy card means it's probably a card they didn't want to play on turn 6 anyway. So he's not very effective. Now, I've been waiting to try and synergize him with a number of other discard mechanics to see if you can hold the opponent back to a very small hand size, but that deck hasn't really come together yet. So that's kind of where we're at with him. Let's play our Shang-Chi. What about cool decks? You were thinking destroy and use cards like Bucky, also Black Panther might be good as well. It could certainly be good, Fire Ninja. Let's see, Sephirox, do you have the deck list for me? Or do you have a deck archetype you want to see me build? Whatever, you won the raffle, so whatever you want to request, I can build it. I actually have everything now because we just collected Nick Fury. Black Bolt needs to be a 3-drop with less stats to be any good. Yeah, I love his ability. Forcing the opponent to discard seems really interesting. It's just that he's a 5 cost and then he's only discarding their cheapest card. So I don't love the way that is playing out right now. Wong plus Onslaught plus Black Bolt. I mean, yes, make them discard their entire hand so they can't play anything on turn 6. But then they just draw the card, they play their top deck, and you've invested everything into Wong Onslaught. In Magic, you loved playing discard for your opponent. You know it's a small deck size, and that becomes a very powerful ability. Would a random card be too strong? No other card does random to just the opponent. Korg as a finisher? Yeah, Korg as the finisher. Let's get rid of... Well, honestly, we can just play it here and get a larger Carnage. Daredevil Destroyer deck seems really fun. Alright, we'll build it. Daredevil Destroyer. Something that the opponents were beating us up with the whole day long. Let's go with... I think it's just the Demon. Let the extra power grow on the Sunspot. And then we decide if we want to go Magic. If we play Doc Ock. Nuaneo, thank you for the follow on the Twitch side. Thank you. We play the Green Goblin, which can take away the Warpath buff. Interesting, interesting. And they've got the Professor X, sure. So they're winning Warrior Falls. And now I'm assuming that they have Destroyer, but if they play Destroyer, they lose everything else that they have built thus far. Which makes me think that it's not actually Destroyer. We could play Max here. I don't know. Is it Destroyer? Are they just going to play Destroyer on Sokovia to win? Maybe. Love the content, love the game. Best TCG in a long time. I agree, Mad. This one is solid.
Assemble.
Hey, they got the armor. Yes! Oh, thank goodness. Looping Moon, you got to head out. Well, we'll be wrapping up the stream here shortly. Glad you were able to join in, man. Just unlocked pool 3. First card was Dracula. Oh, man. That's a great opening draw. Alright. So we are going to bring in our Destroyer build. Do I have one built already or something similar? I don't think I do right now. Interesting. Okay, so we'll take Barrow here, who had some of the similar cards we wanted to play. Well, I guess I'm just clearing it out now. Oh, man. Let's see. Do I have a Destroyer? Ongoing Destroyer? Yeah. This will give us a base. Paste me. And we get to show off our beautiful Destroyer. And then, per request, we are running Daredevil as well. Okay, so we're going to go more classic Destroyer here. We're going to drop Spectrum in favor of... where are you? My Daredevil. And then we are going to drop... Is it Lizard? Or is it Captain America? I feel like it's Lizard goes to be able to play... Or is it going to be here? Hobgoblin? Okay, something like this. Alaskan, how's it going, man? Glad to see you on the stream. Yes, you are not mistaken. They were streaming 2 days in a row. We had a bonus Tuesday stream to be able to make up for being on vacation. Let's see here. So with Destroyer, now we could cut a couple more pieces to be able to run like a Bucky Nova. But I'm pretty happy with this list. Let's snip it and ship it. Save me, update the overlay, add to the deck list. There we go. And then, here we are, Destroyer. Take me in. AFKMR, thank you for the subscription. Last Zep, glad you're enjoying the stream, man. Glad you are. Let's go Ant-Man to Onslaught Citadel. So we'll form a block of cards just here at the Citadel. And then we'll play Destroyer somewhere else to win another location. Tell the missus that you said hi, will do. We went up to Cleveland to be able to see John Williams perform in concert, which was absolutely incredible. You've had some from packages. They're pretty good, but not what you imagined a Dutch baker would have. Interesting. What are you grabbing, Rich? Can I explain how I play with this? Yes, I can. I'll break it down, Sephirox. Yeah, Alaskan, you're back up in the freezing habitat. Do I think that a hybrid, a movement destruction deck could work? Deshaun, it's an interesting question. I think that it could be okay. The thing is that... Do I want to play the Captain America? We're still waiting for being able to find a protection card. I mean, they played the armor pseudo for us. We could play Colossus to be able to keep up with them. Destruction movement hybrid. I like Nova and Killmonger in the movement list because they do help open things up for you. But I haven't tried to put together a hybrid more than that. Grand Central now is going to pull a card for free. I guess we're waiting for the Cosmo now. If we commit the Warpath, we're really waiting for the Cosmo. I could play the Warpath to Warrior Falls just as a 5er. That's not great. We can play the Colossus because whatever we do, he will be able to survive. I guess I'll play Colossus. So we're waiting. We want to build a stack of units on one lane and then have Professor X to seal it off, armor to protect it, or Cosmo to be able to disable the Destroyer's effect. Right now we have set up the Daredevil, so we get to see where they are playing. They're playing Sunspot. They have the double Sunspot because of the Moon Girl. Then we come in with our armor. We want this lane to be protected. And I suppose we could play the Mojo. Mojo likely gonna die here though, when we play Destroyer. Do you think you would have done a pivot to playing mid once they played armor? I might have. I was really hoping, but here's the thing. The 9-point Ant-Man was so tasty. Onslaught Citadel onto the Ant-Man and the Captain America was so good that I couldn't give it up. I couldn't bear to give it up.
Opponent snapped.
Let's see. If I play Destroyer, they win if they just pass on the sunspots. If I play Cosmo, they do still win if they just pass on the sunspots. Alright, they got us. Sarah was your first card of Pool 3. What are some good Pool 2 synergies with her, Sly? I would say just run her with 2 cost and 3 cost cards, and then you're going to be able to do very well with her as an energy cheat. Sarah's great. She works with, as an energy cheat, she just works with anything. You feel like Venom fits well, good in movement hybrid deck to eat the big cards that benefit from movement buffs like Craven and Vulture. But if you're eating the big cards, then they can't keep getting bigger. Let's see. So turn 5, we're going to have to play to the Avengers compound. This means that where do we want to set up our lane? It's probably not to the sewer system. Setting up at Avengers compound could be fine. If we play Daredevil here. 3, 4, 5. Bruce, thank you for the follow. Good luck, Teddy. Don't forget to like the stream, everyone. Help us out. Oh, yes. Thank you, Alaskan. Hope that your games go well. Let's play... Sinister London is interesting. If we play armor, we'll be able to preserve some remnant of our cards after Destroyer hits the board. Let's try it.
Avengers!
Assemble. Assemble.
Well, Deshaun, if you get anywhere with the hybrid deck, then let me know. I'd be interested in seeing it. Okay, Warpath obviously not that great for us here. Is it Mr. Fantastic or is it Captain America? I feel like Captain America is a little bit better. They play the Mojo, of course, of course.
Avengers!
Assemble. Assemble.
You should have been playing the Odin deck. It's been killing it for you. Fantastic. Let's see, so we get to see what they want to play. We can go with Cosmo. What are you playing? You're playing the Warpath? Sure. Nothing we play here really matters. If I'm gonna play the Destroyer. If I'm gonna play the Destroyer to Sinister London. Mad Murdoch, thank you for the subscription. And James Russell, thank you for the subscription as well, man. Thank you. Alright, Looping Moon, now you're gone for real. Thank you for the luck. It seems like we'll need it. Trying to figure this one out. Let's see. So we're ahead at the Avengers compound. Is there a way that we just play something like Mr. Fantastic, Ant-Man to be able to win? I know it sidesteps playing the Destroyer, which would also be great. Is the opponent playing the Spectrum? If the opponent plays the Spectrum, then they do get +8 over here. The Spectrum might be too much. Because it'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15. Okay. On the call that the opponent is playing Spectrum, I'm going to go Destroyer. Yeah, the double Spectrum is so much, right? So we will lose. Ah, no, the Destroyer went too far to the left. It needed to land on the sewer system. Yeah. If the Destroyer had landed on the sewer system, we would have been able to win it. Because he would have been a 15, taking us to 17. We would have won by 1 point if he had bounced correctly. Oof. Oh, it hurts. Alright, come on. We have not seen Professor X. We have not seen Hobgoblin. We have gotten the Daredevil, though. Tyler B, you finally got Wong. Fantastic. He's an incredible card. Sewer System and Necrotia. That's disgusting. Play Daredevil to the Sewer System. Watch, now we'll get the neg 3. No, Murder World. Oh, great. Okay, well. Maybe it's just Mr. Fantastic over here? You prefer the Spectrum Destroyer deck to the pure Destroyer one? I think that the Spectrum one might be a little bit better. The kicker is that Sephirox wanted to see the Daredevil play in, so then I wanted to play Professor X and the Hobgoblin, and that felt like it was pushing me away from playing the Spectrum. Let's go Captain America.
Avengers! Assemble.
Grinding while watching the stream, just unlocked Red Skull. Love to hear it. Currently 10 levels away from Pool 3. Do I think that you should wait? Get more credits before leveling to Pool 3. Been playing for a little more than a month. You know, Alan, I think it's kind of up to you. Right now is a great time to move ahead into Pool 3 because it's going to be opening up. It's at the beginning of a season. We can play our Professor X to lock this one down now. Right, yes. Because it's still like beginning to mid of a season, it's a good time to progress into the next pool so that you have time to be able to keep on collecting more cards and then assemble your decks for that last push to infinite. Rich, you got your deck added as a command. I love it. Okay. So now we can play our Cosmo. And then let's play Colossus just to give him a poker here at the Magic. I feel like Spectrum is bait compared to Onslaught, especially since Claw exists. But Spectrum is so good. Spectrum can give you such a huge burst. What do you think that we are? What do they think? What are they playing on top of Onslaught? Is it Mystique? Mystique plus Patriot? They have the thing. Mystique, Patriot. But then how are they getting any extra bodies to buff? I don't know. Just got your first Pool 3. Drop the Destroyer. Oh my gosh, Kaz. Well, this deck, minus Daredevil, just play Bucky instead of Daredevil, and you've got it, man. Oh, they had the Misty Knight. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, getting smashed. Absolutely smashed with this one. You can play Onslaught plus 3 or 4 ongoings, and if you play Spectrum, you need the full ongoing. Yeah, Onslaught is for like a tighter core of synergies, and then Spectrum is for spamming the board with a lot of little guys, right? I think this will be our last one. We'll play until we get a win. We'll play until we get a win with the Destroyer. I guess the meta isn't good for the deck. I feel like the deck is solid. We just haven't gotten good flips of locations, and then the opponents have been able to match us fairly well. Warrior Falls, hey? Let's play our Captain America. Start building the block at Elysium. How do I feel about Jubilee and multiple 6-cost card decks? I feel like the Jubilee is fun. It does work alongside the Odin especially. But it's not necessarily something that... Let's see. It's not like a meta staple. Jubilee is very good. Jubilee Infinite, and then you have the Odin to be able to keep on thinning the deck is very fun. I think I go Warpath here. Warpath into Professor X should be able to win Elysium. And then it's a matter of being able to win Warrior Falls. Even if they pull the Vulture? It's gonna be tight. Very tight. What do I think of cards that have conditions? Like you put a card in your deck, let's say Death Reworked. She won't be able to draw until you meet a condition to destroy 10 cards and then she appears. That seems very interesting actually. I kind of like that idea. So you have cards that you would be able to summon into hand based on a condition of playing them. Arrow Goddess, hey? Interesting. We can play the Hobgoblin. We could also play, I think it's Armor, and then Hobgoblin. Yeah, so the Hobgoblin on left wouldn't have worked. The Iron Fist doesn't do anything. But then we are winning. We're barely ahead. Ah, we're ahead before the Warpath goes down. Warpath down by 5, down by 4, takes us to 18, which is still ahead, and then I can play Destroyer plus Mojo for whatever. Alright, is this it? Is this the stream finale? They've got the vision? No? By 1. Oh, gosh. Alright. We're going until we get a win. Wong, Black Panther, Odin together is stupid. Yeah, but then how do you win another lane, right, Tyler? It's amazing for the Black Panther, but then you have to have a way to be able to project the power to like another location to be able to win. Just pulled Leader. How do you use him properly? You just want to make sure that you have a very nice open board to be able to receive all the cards that the opponent is playing, and you need to be able to match their tempo so that you're ahead going into the final turn. You play Leader, and then that makes sure that you stay ahead. How can you replace Daredevil and Mojo in this deck? Just got Destroyer. So Daredevil I would replace with Bucky, and then Mojo I would replace with Nova. So your goal is you have one lane that you keep alive with an Armor or a Professor X. You have one lane that you play Destroyer to, and then you have one lane that you play the cards that want to be destroyed. Let's go ahead and play our Daredevil. Lizard and Storm. Lizard and Storm is enough to be able to win a location. I mean, that's only 7 points. I feel like that's too risky. Let's grab... do we want the Cosmo? I like getting a little bit of control. We're gonna play Wave already. Okay. Is the Wave going to allow us to go... I mean, I could play Destroyer here, but I could also just play Professor X. Which lane do we think that they are playing to? Probably playing to Warrior Falls. I can play right here. We could have also played Historic Tower. Arrow. Another arrow? Come on. Alright, I'm getting tired of seeing all the arrows. What's the opponent have for us? Can't wait to get Wave for the Patriot deck. Yeah, Wave as an energy sheet is just so flexible. Half the time when you play Storm, the opponent doesn't bother to contest. They assume that you have Jones. Sometimes you can get away with it, but 7 points for a Storm location feels like it's definitely a gamble. Teddy the Move Destroy Hybrid is doing fairly good. Got 2 retreats so far. Glad to hear it, Deshaun. They've got their Electro. Interesting. Mr. Fantastic doesn't really swing it for us. We probably just want something to be able to absorb more buffs out of Stark's Tower. An extra body over here. I don't know. The arrow is really messing with our Professor X. You have a few cards in pool 3. You're struggling to find a good deck that isn't Dino. Any recommendations? I mean, it really depends on what you were able to collect. It's hard to recommend without knowing what you have, because pool 3 is so hit and miss as to what has to be comboed with some other complex cards, what is good with the other pool 2 cards. Like, Dino is solid, so at least you do have that. But then if you have something like Destroyer or Hela, something that feeds into the discard, because there's so many discard cards, just adding a couple cards really helps that deck a lot. There's so many destruction cards, just adding a couple there helps a lot as well. Just got Mr. Negative, hoping to make a fun deck with him. Oh yes, Mr. Negative is great. Started the game an hour ago and got matched with people with have Red Skull and some other broken things. Oh my gosh, Ekron. That sounds really, really painful. Really want to make a Destroyer deck? You have everything you need except Destroyer. Oh, that was me for so long, Casey. If you play Leader, can the opponent cards be summoned on Ebony Maw's location? Yes, they can. Do I have a deck with the Beast? It is so funny. Oh, yes. My Bounce deck is one of my favorite decks, actually. Luke's Bar. This is going to be very fun. MCX, thank you for the subscription. So our goal is that Professor X will win Luke's Bar. And then otherwise we're just building a stack around the armor, and we hope to play Destroyer on right if we draw him. Mr. Negative and Patriot are really fun decks. I'm not sure. I don't love the Patriot list, but yes, Mr. Negative is amazing. Let's see. Do I want to play Warpath? Okay, we've got the Ironheart, sure. If we play Warpath, we do get the Destroyer. Okay, well, I play him for the 5, obviously. Then we'll be able to sneak in with the Professor X. I don't know, if they want to keep on playing Ironheart, I'm okay with that. They have the Mr. Negative. Spicy. What's my guess on when collector tokens will happen? My guess is they will happen around December 1st. That's kind of my my internal clock guessing as to what's going to happen. Does Luke's Bar also send Professor X back? He does not. So the card effect takes place and then the location will affect it. That's the true for all locations. Is the card ability goes first and then the location, so Professor X will stick. Because cards cannot be removed. And then we've got the Destroyer. Seems solid. What is a collector token? If you do exclamation point token as a command in chat, you'll be able to get the info breakdown on what's going on with those. Do we think the opponent has a way to be able to beat us at Savage Land? I mean, they might. Arrow incoming. Well, if the arrow's incoming, that's okay. They're playing Mr. Negative, so they could have the inverted Iron Man, which would be really nasty. Be able to get an extra 10 points and then also double the Raptors. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Negative has so many crazy combos. Have I played the Spectrum version of the Destroyer deck? It's a bit more flexible for when Destroyer won't win it. I have not tested it too much, Cole, but I have seen it. We've played against it a lot today. What's a good deck to play in the hot location? Anything with Deadpool. Okay. Opponent just deciding to rope us out for this final play. They have 7 cards in hand. They're predicting. They know that we have Destroyer. They know where we have to play Destroyer. Do they think that they actually have a way to win? They're wondering because if they play 2 cards, then Devil Dinosaur is too small and we win Stark Tower. And they do play 2 cards. And it's Angela and Wolfsbane? What? You roped me this whole time? For Angela Wolfsbane? Ah, but then the Sunspot buffs it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's how it lined out. Woof. What's a good deck with Arrow? Oh, well, a good deck with Arrow, well, a fun combo with Arrow is running Kingpin. But otherwise, just running it with the Destruction synergies was pretty effective in, like, the middle point of the stream. Do I have a good Mr. Negative list? I've built a few. I haven't tested him too much since his rework. Or since his significant nerf. He got brought down to the 4-1. He used to be a lot more powerful. The deck is cursed? Yeah, we can't win, can we? We built a cursed deck. There's no way that we could win. Is Sinister London going to be the way? This is the way. We go Cosmo. Get the double Cosmo. They put power on the Sunspot. We get double Sinister London. Okay, let's play our Mojos. Yeah. I want... I kind of want to come in with the Professor X, have good tempo, and then play the Professor X. You wonder at what collection level the tokens will be available? And if you're past those, if you get retroactive ones. You get no retroactive tokens. Only moving forward. Do I want the double Professor X? I kind of do. I feel like the Professor X does fine here. It locks it in, locks it in. So then we're ahead at Sinister London. And then I can play the Destroyer, taking me up to 20. But they're going to be able to play Infinite, taking them to 34. Okay. Have I tried a mill deck? The mill deck I've tried a little bit at wins, but it's not that... It's not something that I feel like is very strong in Snap right now. Can there be 3 of the same location spawn? Technically... I don't think there can be. Because it's when Dark Dimension turns into one of the other ones. So I don't think that you can have 3 of a kind. Well, you can have 3 ruins. You can have 3 ruins, but that's the only one, I believe. What's a mill deck? A mill deck is one that tries to destroy the opponent's deck. So cards like Yondu and Cable that would take away their cards that they're able to draw from. The thing is, in Snap, it doesn't make you lose if you can't draw. Like some games is the case. If you can't draw, you actually lose. In Marvel Snap, that's not the case. So milling the opponent, they're still able to play with what they have in hand. Is the best control deck the Have Some Crap deck? It's my personal favorite. I don't know if it's necessarily the best, but it's a very good one. Scarlet Witch can make it 3 of the same. Scarlet Witch could make it, yeah, triple flooded. Okay, Scarlet Witch on the complete random. You could roll the Yahtzee of the 3 of a kind. Let's see. I mean, this is feeling pretty strong. We can go Colossus here. If we go Colossus, opponent's still not playing anything to Angela's location. That means that now we want to play Wong. And Snap. Not Wong. They played Wong. We're playing Professor X. I'm losing it, guys. We have to get out of playing this deck. I feel like statistically Yondu doesn't do anything, no offense. Yes, Yondu is not, well, Yondu makes death cheaper. That's his main benefit to me. He gives you information as to what the opponent is playing. Okay, so now, is the opponent playing Zola? Or is the opponent playing, I mean, if they're playing Zola, then if they're playing Zola, it's a tie, they win, they lose, but then they win on margin of victory. If they're playing Taskmaster, then the Destroyer wins right here. But I feel like I haven't seen anybody play the Taskmaster. So I can just play the Destroyer, but then they could just play something that's bigger than 3. I have no idea. I flip first though, so I could just play the Cosmo, right? Is the Cosmo and win? It would lock him out? Okay, I think we found it. I think we found it. No? They did have the Taskmaster? The first time I've seen someone play Taskmaster with the Black Panther? Oh my gosh. We're never gonna win, are we guys? We're never gonna win again. Does Cosmo stop Zola? Cosmo does stop Zola. Professor X would prevent the Zola from spawning in that location as well. Well, Sephirox, you wanted me to build it and show it off. Now you know if you want to build this list, it's very painful. And if we had just played, if we just played the Destroyer on mid, we would have won. Destroyer is really good. Kappa? Yeah, exactly. Destroyer is so good. Let's go Daredevil. We've got their armor. Trying to protect the Warrior Falls crew. Painful and predictable. Yeah, I feel like we should go Spectrum variant if we're gonna be able to find our win. Let's see. I'll play Cosmo. What does Daredevil do? Daredevil on turn 5 lets you see your opponent's plays before you make your own. Yeah, at least I get to show off the Destroyer variant. The silver lining, right? Gotta take our victories. Okay, we do have Destroyer here. Okay. Let's play Warpath. I feel like this was ended up being a good draw for us. Because now the squirrel will die. That will let us get the buff on the Warpath. Daredevil will tell us where they're going to play. Which means that either Hobgoblin or Professor X could win a lane for us. Does Daredevil show the card the opponent plays, or just where they're playing the cards? It shows exactly what they are and where they're going. Okay, so they're going to fill in right here with the blue marble. Interesting. That will take this location up to 11, 12, 13, 14. If it's up to 14, the Professor X does not win it, but the Captain America, no, Captain America getting hit by the Iceman kills us. Otherwise, we could have played Captain America and Mojo to be able to win Warrior Falls, and then the Destroyer. Interesting. Is it still just the Captain America? No, that just takes us up 5 to 15. Well, hang on, the opponent we said was at 11, 12, 13, 14. Does Captain America actually win it? I will be baffled if the Captain America wins it. Pulled a super early Deadpool. Any tips? Stefan, I have a list of the Destruction deck for like Pool 2 that's already leaning into running the Sabretooth and the Nova the Forge. You want to be able to get buffs on the Deadpool and then have a way to be able to keep on destroying him consistently. Have we actually done it? Have we actually done it? Professor X right, Destroyer in middle, maybe? That could have been another line. A possible win, Gato? Is it a possible win? The opponent seems to have maxed out at Warrior Falls. Though I do agree, Tim, that we could have played the Professor X to lock in the win at Central Park and then pop down the Destroyer on mid as another viable option. You got the Angela, sure. The Bishop, not gonna help you. The Squirrel Girl, also not gonna be enough. Ah, we did it! We can finally get out of here. Oh my gosh. So, there we go. Destroyer, best deck. Incredible, guys. Top of the meta. Oh, and that's the stream, everybody. I was not sandbagging for content. You guys saw us on those previous battles. We were going as hard as we could. All right. Thank you guys, everyone who came to hang out. We're going to be streaming again on Friday. It's going to be Friday morning, basically the same time as today. So hope to see you guys then, and there'll be some other videos going up on the channel in the meantime. So thank you everyone who came out to watch. It was great hanging out with you guys this afternoon. Till next time, have a good one. Till next time.